Okay, Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. Shout out Cabo Cabo and this congregation in Guatemala and their brothers and sisters that are from California all the way to Georgia. Hope y'all are doing well today. Shout out SOW Virginia Kazakia, SOW Houston Quatazop, and SOW Rochester, New York, Zion. I hope y'all brothers and sisters are doing well out there, fighting a good fight, staying strong, and constantly pushing this work and pushing this love and consideration and the unity amongst all the camps. We're going to send our prayers up today and get going from there. So, Amachim, Wapanya, Rashalom. That's all right. It's us. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Rayach. Nayakaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua.
Ahawa'ah. Nathan Lanawa. Shabbat Shalom. The water Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anashya, Ayanyamya, Ahoyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'arataza, Yala'a, Yanakan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamoya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yishan, Shashawa. Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Barayala, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makor, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Hamalakia, Rabu'aya, Ma'itha, Wa'ai,
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth thee Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Elohim, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Haya, Shankar, Yahweh, Malak with Ka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Natan Lanawa, Racham, Ko, Yawam, Rasalakano, Chawathino, Chasalakno, Chawathino, Wala'ah, Fabiano, Brother Sarwin, Abo, Abushaino, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapara, Aman.
Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ah Yahaya. Lakah. Alahaya. Achoya. Ayo. Hanya.
Thou shalt know the powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah. Ta'ina. Lakah. Pasor. Wala'ah. Ta'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah. Talak Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabat. Rakudashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah. Taratazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah. Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah. Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah. Ta'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah. Tachamat. Ko. Ashura. La'raika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Okay. Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Ahawa. Nothing Manawa. Atawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshavyam.
Israel seated.
We'll talk about that. Okay, so last week's class dealt with the death of Antiochus Epiphanes, and there were a lot of lessons about that. The Most High sat back here and explained. I didn't get a chance to go over that in the Josephus, so we're going to read and start off just with the final days of Antiochus Epiphanes from the Josephus. Then we're going to read from there, dealing with the battle of Beth-Zechariah. And this is, I'm not going to say it's pivotal, but there's a great lesson in this battle of Beth-Zechariah that I think we can extract a lot from. But before we go into that battle of Beth-Zechariah, let's get into the final days of Antiochus Epiphanes. And we're going to start off in Josephus, book 12, chapter 9, paragraphs 1 and 2. So let's get started, Kariah. Get saluted in. Kariah skills right there, man.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah. Imagine. Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. I was messing with you, man. I just took a deep breath, and then I was able to blow long without getting dizzy, ready to pass out. I didn't even realize that.
I was playing today this morning too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same spirit.
But you have to take a deep breath.
Yeah.
Then you gotta blow. I was just blowing it. We get kind of weak in the knees when you don't take a deep breath in it. Just figuring it out.
It's all long work.
What's that?
It's all long work.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get Josephus, book 12, chapter 9, paragraphs 1 and 2. Let's read.
God. Antiquity of the Jews, book 12, chapter 9, paragraph 1, page 330. About this time, it was that King Antiochus, as he was going over the upper countries, heard that there was a very rich city in Persia called Elamaeus, and therein a very rich temple of Diana, and that it was full of all sorts of donations dedicated to it.
Real quick, was the temple called the Temple of Diana in Persia? More than likely it wasn't. They had a different name to celebrate that Diana deity. And it kind of ties into, this is something for the future, ties into Genesis 10, where all the languages were confounded, where they were celebrating and serving the same god or goddesses. So whether it was Diana or it was Ishtar, Astarte, different names to sit back and celebrate that Semiramis deity. Just something, little something. But it wasn't Diana. They're saying Diana because the readers at the time were more Greek orientated. They would understand what Diana was in comparison to saying Kalima, or saying Osiris, or saying something like that. Okay, so let's continue.
It says, as also weapons and breastplates, which upon inquiry he found had been left there by Alexander, the son of Philip, king of Macedonia. And being incited by these motives, he went in haste to Elymas and assaulted it and besieged it. But as those that were in it were not terrified at his assault, nor at his siege, but opposed him very courageously, he was beaten off his hopes, for they drove him away from the city, and went out and pursued after him, insomuch that he fled away as far as Babylon, and lost a great many of his army. And when he was grieving for this disappointment, some persons told him of the defeat of his commanders, whom he had left behind him to fight against Judea.
So, from the history of Antiochus, he's the kind of guy that if he has bad news or something bad happens to him, his immediate reaction is to pick on the weaker nation.
Yeah.
Because that's his psyche.
Bully mindset.
He's got to bully and step on somebody when somebody else beats him. So his pride is being wounded on both ends.
You're right.
The Persians came together and pursued him all the way to Babylon. That means he was getting his tail whipped and he was fleeing in pure fear. Then the people that you want to sit back and bully and destroy, they're whipping up on your second strongest legion of men.
So most I had this guy.
So you're getting embarrassed and broken down on multiple sides simultaneously. So this is crushing to his ego. Before the Most High destroyed his flesh, he broke his ego first.
Wow.
Then the flesh
Follow.
Okay? Now read on.
And one strength the Jews had already gotten, when this concern about these affairs was added to the former, he was confounded.
Once again, the people you're supposed to immediately smash didn't work out the way you wanted, so your money's already, and on top of your finances are weak. Your finances are weak. You sat back and expended and paid your army for a year ahead of time. So now you paid for a year ahead of time, but you don't have the resources to get your money up. So now how are you going to be able to sit back and keep funding your army down the line? So you can't fund your army down the line. You get beat on both sides. This is the beginning of the end for you. Because once you start being overextended and now other nations see that you're weak financially and militarily, now what's going to happen next? Other nations are going to come and try to prop up and attack you and wipe you out. Notably the Romans. Because this is why Rome came in and wiped out the Ptolemaic king of the south. Because they didn't have the finances. Their military was weak. And they were overextended with having to deal with all these uprising in Egypt amongst the Egyptians and the Jews. They had problems maintaining their empire and they couldn't expand out. Just from a capitalistic perspective, the only way you can keep making money, you have to keep subjugating new countries.
Yeah.
This is why the United States, even to this day, they keep going out to different countries to expand and expanding their empire. Think about this. The United States is trillions of dollars in debt. Trillions. The only way, if I'm not mistaken, I think a year ago, their credit rating dropped a point or two.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Which makes them look damn bad in the global perspective.
Yeah.
The petrodollar is dropping. The only way America can maintain its dominance is by expanding and subjugating other countries economically.
More colonizing.
Now you have to sit back here, but now you don't have to necessarily colonize a literal land. You just have to break down empires and bring in business and infrastructure that will boost up monies and arrears coming back to you to pay off these debts. It's almost like the economic model of how society is, whether it's capitalism. The only way to continue to sustaining capitalism is more. For every here you go. Oh, I'm sorry, you gotta watch. Okay. For every like the way economy is set up now, you can't just sustain and tread water. You can't just sit back here, pay your debts, and be done. If you don't keep pushing forward and expanding out, your businesses fall. Industry collapses. This is why they keep saying in all your economic books, your micro, your macro, it always is with technology has to keep improving. You almost have to keep creating justifications to spend more money, create more loans. This is why even now they're talking about this green energy scenario. You almost have to change the financial motivations behind everything to keep making more money. They always say oil is a fossil fuel. Do people know what that means?
Yeah.
Fossil fuel just means there's only finite amounts of oil under the ground. When in actuality, the oil regenerates. But if they would sit back here and if they disclose that oil regenerates, then all of a sudden the value of oil drops.
Yeah, it's like diamonds. They say, "Oh man, diamonds are worth this much." But every year when they mine diamonds, they also crush diamonds to keep the supply, quote unquote, the idea of the supply rare.
Okay.
Yep.
It's the same thing with agriculture. Farmers only allowed to produce a certain amount of pounds of food. Everything else has to be destroyed
To control price.
Your price.
To maintain. So it's not about feeding the world. It's about maintaining prices and profits. But even with the oil, there's plenty of oil to go around. But they have to sit back here and change the focus of the economy to go to this green process to create and justify more money being printed, more businesses being started, and to expand out and take over other countries. It's this other justifications to open up more bank loans. Technology keeps pushing the need to spend more money to keep growing. Now I got to go back to Africa and focus on cobalt and lithium.
Yeah.
Let's go now back to the South America and take all the lithium mines.
It's justification to go.
It's another reason to go back and strip these third world countries of more resources that they should have backed away once they charged all the gold and the silver and all the other mining items that they extracted from these third world countries many moons ago. It's almost like they'll go through, take the gold, leave. Oh, now there's silver. Let's go back and take the silver. Take and extract all the silver. Now let's go take cobalt. And they'll take it out. Then the mines are dry. And let's sit back here and take out all the lithium.
And they're going to start extracting space rocks and putting rovers on Mars and drilling and finding out what kind of rare minerals they got on other planets.
God.
Then it's intergalactic takeovers.
Yeah.
Once they finally get there. Listen, I got a question for y'all. How did Richard Nixon use a landline to call people in outer space? That's a question. How did Richard Nixon?
It was a cap question.
Use a landline to call people in the moon?
Yeah, I saw the picture. He's like this.
Hey, guys! Congratulations!
I'm like, bro, there's no way. I can't even get
You can't get cell phone coverage in the country.
It's 2020, and I can't call line.
Cell phone towers weren't even invented yet.
Yeah.
So how can you get a landline call to the moon, huh? Has anybody ever thought about that question?
The king's the cap.
That didn't happen. And then they tell you all the technology of how the people made it to the moon into outer space in the 60s was lost. How do you lose the technology to get you from the Earth to the moon? How do you lose it?
Who lost?
Does Esau ever lose any pertinent information like that will advance any scientific? Do they sit back here and lose how the Germans sat back here and pulled nitrogen from the air? I don't understand this. I don't understand why they say how nitrogen is poor for the environment, when the Germans in the 20s figured out how to pull nitrogen from the sky to boost up their farming in Germany. Because what was happening is the British were going and controlling all the regions through their naval intelligence, naval superiority, to shut down any other country that was trying to pull the nitrogen from the land. So the Germans said, okay, since you're blockading our ability to go to South America and do business to get nitrogen, we'll just figure out how to pull nitrogen out of the air.
Genius.
So they start sitting back here and pulling nitrogen from the air, and their crops start growing. And then, oh, by the way, a couple years later, they had World War I.
Yeah.
Against who?
The British.
Against the Germans. Because they were getting too big for their britches.
They had planes.
And Germany had to break them.
They had planes that ran off of hydrogen peroxide.
And what they were doing was this.
Yeah.
And what they were doing was this. The Germans were trying to sit back and create, working with Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Turkey. They were building pipelines to Iraq to sit back here and set up an oil pipeline from Iraq to Germany. And then you sit back here and you wonder why that same group of nations that were going to have a pipeline from Germany to Iraq was referred to as the axis of evil.
Yeah.
And that was the root and the basis behind WW1. Because they had to break that connection and that ability for Germany to get access to the oil. Because if they did that, they would become the world superpower.
There's this game, Al Qaeda.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're going to slap a label on you.
Yeah, now you are the bad guys.
You're a terrorist organization.
Because you're threatening Britain's superiority. You didn't let Germany go and use their navy, that was my fault that time, to sit back here and sustain their country. So now you break that middle group. You look at the map, the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, Germany, and Turkey. That was the group that got wiped out in the war. Turkey completely lost their Ottoman Empire control. Germany got wiped out, and Austria-Hungary got split up and was allowed to have the Slavs, which were the minority in the area, to be the ruling dominant class in the region. All that did was wipe out and weaken the German Empire. They don't tell you all this stuff. So anyway, so all these wars and snares are about controlling and monopolizing the natural resources that they use to keep their economic leverage over everyone. Anyway, we got too far off on a tangent on that. So, Antiochus Epiphanes is getting broken, getting beat down. He's licking his wounds. Read on.
Line 357. When this concern about these affairs was added to the former, he was confounded, and by the anxiety he was in, fell into a distemper, which, as it lasted a great while, and as his pains increased upon him, so he at length perceived he should die in a little time.
Real quick, before we go there, I want to go back to a verse we pulled last week. Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 9. And Dali, I had mentioned something that Sham Shawan said in previous classes about how the Most High attacks parts that literally associate and connect and coincide with the wickedness that you do in your life. And I brought this verse out, but unfortunately, here we go. Here's the computer demon. But I want to elaborate on a point dealing with this. Okay, so let's do this. Let's read that, Ecclesiasticus 10, and just trying to find this definition real quick. Read that 10 and 9.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10 and verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
There's nothing more wicked than a person that wants more at all costs. A covetous man is just a person who's just not satisfied with what they have, not content with just having what they can get. Okay, read on.
It says, for such an one setteth his own soul to sale.
He says, what he's saying is a person that constantly wants more sets his soul for sale. Because what the Most High constantly reminds us is, the more you want, this is a fact, the more you want in life, it comes at a cost. The more things you want, more carnal, I'm not going to say blessings, the more carnal rewards that you're shooting for comes with the cost of compromising spiritual virtues, compromising your spiritual integrity. Read on.
Right. It says, because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
So he says, while he lives, he cast away his bowels. Now look up bowels in the 1828 and give me the third definition of bowels.
Third definition of
Because
bowels.
after class, and like, what was he saying? Like casting away his bowels. You give up and you cast away your bowels in pursuit of gaining more. Read that in verse 3.
Bowels, 1828, Webster's Dictionary, point number 3. Deceit of pity or kindness, hence tenderness, compassion, a scriptural sense.
And this is what capitalism does to a person. In the midst of you trying to gain more, as you are gaining, somebody else has to what? Lose. This is always the dynamic when we are all faced with growth. How much do I want to get, and who else has to suffer behind my pursuits of getting? And if we can understand that formula, we can learn to stay connected with the Heavenly Father. Because too many times, we don't care who loses. All we care about is what we want out the deal. And this is what he's showing about Antiochus. All Antiochus cared about was gaining at the expense and the suffering of millions of people.
Can I make a statement?
So what the Most High did is attacked his bowels. He attacked his core because at the core of him, he gave up and sold his core values of tenderness, mercy, kindness. He gave that up for more.
And that his appetite, which was his greed, his desire, that's a person's belly. That's his God was his belly, his personal appetite. And so he sold the core of him. Mm-hmm. The core is your strength.
And the Most High said, if you sold your core, you sold your belly, or your morals, or you sold your, what's the word? Your bowels.
Your loins, yeah.
Then I'm going to attack the same spot you sold. Yes, sir.
This is the foundation.
Well, it's your foundation, yeah. But he's saying the core of you isn't necessarily your strength. The core of you physically is your stomach. Yeah. That's your strength. But your spiritual core is supposed to be your compassion, your mercy,
your humanity,
your love. Huh? Okay, I didn't check it yet, but the core of you is your compassion and your love and your mercy and your consideration. Just pull it. Just pull it. Job. Job, Job, you pulled it, you didn't know the verse.
38, 20.
Job 20.
Yeah,
20
something.
Yeah, in verse 12 through 15.
I don't know what scripture.
I pulled. I'm requesting you to read. Okay? Job 20, verse 12 through 15.
It says, Job chapter 20 and verse 12. Though wickedness be sweet in his mouth, though he hide it under his tongue.
You know how a person hides wickedness under their tongue? We have to fight for democracy. Man, Saddam Hussein is terrorizing those poor Kuwaitis. We have to bring democracy to the Middle East. When in actuality, the United States, for 15 years, leading up to this bully of Baghdad, was working daily with Saddam Hussein, giving the Iraqis money and weapons, and making Saddam Hussein a millionaire. You realize United States banks were sitting back here and giving him loans, giving him bank loans, so he can buy weapons from the United States, so they can use the money to go to other countries and set up regime change operations, and taking the money and the weapons, taking the money that he's getting from U.S. banks to go ahead and fund wars against Iran, and to sit back and they say, "Oh, you're sitting back here and using mustard gas to kill people," but you gave them the money to make the mustard gas to kill people.
Mm-hmm.
They don't tell you that.
Nerve agents.
But they funded all of the weapons that Saddam had. But through the wickedness of their mouth, they're saying we're out here to help democracy. Well, they don't tell you about even in Iraq. The Kuwaitis used slant drilling techniques that the Bushes, through their oil companies, taught the Kuwaitis to do.
Halliburton.
Halliburton, and it was Zapata Oil. Zapata Oil was a George Bush owned corporation that dealt with oil in Texas, and the Zapata Corporation taught the Kuwaitis how to slant drill. Slant drilling is this: my land stops here, your land goes all the way out there.
This is right.
I will slant drill from here, and it's underground on my territory, but it goes into underground on your territory.
Yeah.
You can't tell.
And you can't tell from the top.
God.
And I'm extracting oil from Iraq to make money in Kuwait. The Kuwaitis did that first. What's his name? Hussein finds out, calls Bush and says, "Listen, man, the Kuwaitis are slant drilling on my land. I'm going to go into this country and handle these guys. What do you are we cool with this?" And then Bush says, "Hey, man, it's not my jurisdiction. You do what you got to do." So he sits back here and brings all his soldiers over to Kuwait. They say, "Oh, they're trying this. Look what this guy is doing to this poor, small country in Kuwait."
The babies.
And they're destroying babies. There was a young woman who sat back here and said she was in the hospital. And the Iraqis were going into Kuwaiti hospitals, taking babies from incubators, taking them off the incubators and throwing them on the ground and beating children and killing babies. Little did everybody know that little girl or young girl was the daughter of a diplomat of Iraq, of Kuwait. She was the daughter of a diplomat, and her father was stationed in New York. This story was completely fabricated. They didn't figure that out until 10 years later. The story was fabricated, but they used that interview on C-SPAN to get everybody upset, to get pretext to go to war with Iraq. But they only went to war with Iraq because after Russia fell, there was no more interference to take out Iraq and then eventually Iran in the Middle East. Back in the day, there was always this neutralizing U.S. side, U.S.-backed countries versus Russian-backed countries. Russia backed Iran, United States backed Iraq. It's been this back and forth thing all in the Middle East. But once Russia fell, the Middle East was wide open. Yes, sir?
Was that 2003 or 2011?
The first Gulf War.
91.
Yeah, 91. The first one.
That's when USSR
But
fell apart.
yeah, exactly. And it was right after that, when USSR fell apart, that was when the war with Iraq started. It was literally right after that.
Mm-hmm.
Within months.
100-day war.
And then they set up Saddam. And all of a sudden they had been giving Saddam millions of dollars leading up to that point.
He had 76 palaces.
Yes.
All scattered all
How
over.
was he able to afford that? He was financed by U.S. dollars and U.S. banks.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that SNL, the fall of the savings and loans industry that was in the 80s. A lot of that money, a lot of those banks were front banks backed by the CIA in the United States, paying foreign countries, and using these foreign countries and having them as drug fronts and weapons fronts to sit back and back all these regime change operations all around the world. And once all those operations got popped, so did the savings and loans banks pop. A lot of those savings and loans banks were connected with CIA, mob ties in foreign countries, doing dirty deals with drugs and weapons, narcotics. It's all tied together.
Afghanistan, war of Afghanistan was
Well,
really,
it
really about
it was about
opium.
poppy.
No,
The poppy.
why would you land Marines in the poppy field?
And they were the Marines. Their job was to protect the poppy fields
From who?
because the Afghanistanians said we're no longer going to sit back here and make poppy. Farmers were not allowed to put regular crops on their land by United States troops. They don't tell you this because why?
The medical industry would collapse, man. Drugs.
That's part of it. Listen, the clean money and the dirty money.
Yeah.
The fiends wouldn't get served either.
I got no dope. It's dry out here.
That's it.
I gotta get clean. I'm in pain. Who got some opium?
I'm trying to say, Esau makes all the money.
Yeah.
You think Esau is just making the clean money act? And Johnson
Only
and
legal
Johnson
money.
is this Johnson and Johnson Act and Bayer Act? That's it?
No.
No, it's clean and dirty money. What people don't understand is the clean money is for corporations. The dirty money is for the corporations too. This is why the mob is needed. The mob and that underbelly of that criminal zone. Why are certain guys able to function for so long? Because they're needed. You need to have clandestine operations to funnel portions of that money to do the clandestine operations you want to. That's why there's dark money. There's dark money to handle dark business.
I gotta pull this.
Well, because once again, over the years, clandestine operations, that's how they were funded in the past. Why do you think the mob, since the 20s and earlier than that, got so big? The mob got big because they were allowed to go big.
Prohibition.
It's a prohibition. Once again, people don't tell you that Winston Churchill had goons in Canada, United States, buying up distilleries months before prohibition was opened up again. Prohibition ended. So once prohibition ends, somebody has to have access to all the liquor warehouses to make money in the warehouses again. How did Winston Churchill know that prohibition was about to open up again? And why did he have to hire a goon to sit back here and buy all this stuff up? Because the goons were getting loans from Lehman Brothers, top end Jewish banks. Hold on. How were they able to get? How was the guy that had a 400 FICO score able to sit back here and get loans from Lehman Brothers to buy all these distilleries around Canada and the United States?
Great question.
Because Churchill is saying, "Hey, clear it," because he's getting inside information. So all this money that's getting rebuilt up from the distilleries is going to who? Churchill. He's getting a large portion of it, and the goon, the Guinea goon, is getting his cut. For instance, Lucky Luciano, this significant, the guy with the little lazy eye making all this money. He's just the smartest Italian paisano there is. He was in jail. They let him out, and they let him out and they extradited him to Italy. Why? Because he was working for the feds. Like Pac said,
Yeah.
about Haitian Jack. You know why? He was working for the feds because he was given intel information from Italy about the Italian government so that the United States would have intel on Italy before they invaded Italy in World War II. What they don't tell you was that the mafia was working hand in hand with the CIA.
And Al Sharpton was snitching too.
All of them are. This is how you get your position. You can't get your position unless you snitch. And Lucky Luciano, all of that criminal underground had to flow and function so that the CIA could operate and be clean on paper. And then when the mob was less needed, they created more conspicuous ways to make their money and to do their clandestine operations. While from the outside, they look like the perfect saints that uphold truth, justice, and the American way. And then they'll let the criminal underground make their pennies and give the government their millions, because you still need millions to overthrow governments. This is how coups happen. This is how these small organizations in Africa can overthrow governments, because they're getting boatloads of money. What they don't tell you is that the group that just overthrew Bashar al-Assad, or the al-Assads in Syria, the new guy comes in and they show pallets, they show images of the new regime coming into Syrian palaces, they're bringing pallets full of money, shrink wrapped pallets full of money. How are they getting that much money?
Cash.
How are they getting cold cash from the bank? They have to have clandestine operations that are laundering this money to get sent to these foreign countries to overthrow regimes. So they're allowing the dirt to happen to pay for the dirty operations that they're running. That's the game.
Yep.
And then they still sit back here and have their on the books work in the government, and then their off the books work in government. That's how the machine works. This my one.
No, I was gonna say on your point about the gangsters having like connections with the liquor and all.
Yeah.
That's why, because they had all these bars where they go and they have like secret compartments hiding like the liquor and stuff like that inside their parlors without the
Taxes.
without people knowing that it was there.
Well, but everybody knew where it was. You ever see Untouchables? Everybody knew where it was. The cops knew where it was, but they were paid off too. Listen. Remember, Sean Connery says that everybody knows where it is. You just gotta know when you go in there. Are you prepared to die? Are you prepared to sit back and deal with the consequences of actually going in here and stopping the operation? Because everybody knows where the booze is coming from. All the booze was coming from Canada. The people who bought out. Remember, you heard Seagram's?
Yeah.
Seagram's gin. The people who funneled and controlled the flow of booze in Canada before Prohibition was over. Those guys end up buying Seagram's when everything was legal again. But what they don't listen. Everybody tells you about the Italian mafia. The more potent mafia was the Jewish mafia. They were above the Italian mafia. They just don't talk about that. Meyer Lansky and all these top end guys, they worked with the Italians. The Italians were the muscle, and the Amalek mob was the brains.
I think
who connected with the brains on the banking end. You had the brains on the banking end and the governmental end operating with the brains on the mob end.
And then you had the Jesuits too. The Jesuit priest is a mob too.
Oh yeah, but they're all tied in from the top. And then they sit back here and entrust the shadow operations with Amalek on their end. And then it funnels down through the Italians and so forth and so on. Then the Irish mafia and everybody else. It just funnels down the chain of command. You ever see it in Godfather? And they talk about Hyman Roth.
Yeah.
That dude was the boss of the bosses. He was the top boss.
He was Jewish though.
I know, Hyman Roth.
Yeah.
He was the guy over the Corleones. Because he was the one running all the rackets in Cuba. Having all this, they were sitting back here having casinos. It wasn't just Cuba, it was all around Central and South America. They're having casinos. What were the casinos for? It was money laundering operations. Flowing through all those casinos in Cuba, Puerto Rico, all those places, they used that as the fronts to run their drug money through.
That makes sense.
That's what was happening. That's what was going on.
That makes sense.
They would open up a gas station and then not pay taxes on gas, because when you open up a gas station, you got to pay taxes per gallon. So by the time that the IRS comes to find out you hadn't paid taxes, you done made $100 million off gas.
And then they'll open up something else.
And then they come in, they close your operation, and you buy another gas station. And then wait another 5 years.
And this is where your corporations are important. You create another corporation.
It's tax free. You keep all the money off, all the revenues off your sale.
So once again, but who was in charge of that? Amalek. Amalek taught everybody else the game. But Amalek had backings with your shadowy CIA, Mossad, British Intel, and they filtered all that information to the people that had to be on top, on the clean side.
I gotta pull something quick.
Okay.
This is right what you're saying. 2019, July 11th, ship seized in $1.3 billion cocaine bust is owned by J.P. Morgan Chase.
I remember, yeah.
So the $1 million, the question is, the million out of question is where the $1.3 worth of drugs go after it was seized?
Yeah.
It had 20 tons of cocaine.
Oh, so once again, where did that cocaine go?
You can
Where did that cocaine go? Is the cocaine? Where did the cocaine go after it was seized? Did they burn it up?
Nah.
Did they throw it in the toilet? They throw it in the toilet? And they just keep throwing tons of cocaine in the toilet? Like when the fans are coming. You ever see Goodfellas out when the fans is coming out? It's like, throw it in the trash. Let's flush it down the toilet.
That shit.
They kept it for evidence.
Yeah, but how long was it in evidence?
It's in the sewer. Then the turn.
Right. And then it goes back out and gets shit back out.
Yeah, it gets purchased by medical research companies.
Exactly.
Medical research.
Medical research.
And then J.P. Morgan, I don't know about this. This is going up under. You know, there's so many different channels and people that it gets disconnected. That they can have guilt by association. I mean, they won't establish guilt by association.
Yeah.
They disconnect. Oh, that was a criminal element. The funny thing is, a lot of these guys. I'm reading the book. A lot of these guys are getting thrown in jail, but they're in Club Fed. They'll get a slap on the wrist, 5 years coming out. 5 or 10 year sentence, you serve 3. Come back out and do this dirt again.
It's too important.
But if you sitting back here, a regular Jake on the street, with an ounce of rock, you out here for 20 years. You're out of here.
Your life is over.
But that's the game. Anyway, let's continue. Read on Job 20 and verse 12 again.
Yeah. Job 20 and verse 12. Though wickedness be sweet in his mouth, though he hide it under his tongue.
So once again, the wickedness is sweet, but they hide it with how they talk and what they say they're down for. I'm sitting back here listening to this diplomat from the UN say, Nancy Pelosi say, yeah, the Ukrainians are fighting for democracy out there in Europe. 1.8 million Ukrainians have died for democracy, or have they died in regime change operations with the intent of breaking Russia, so that they can take Russia and break it up into 20 different countries and extract all the natural resources that Russia has that the rest of the world needs in order to continue to feed this beast that you read about in Revelations. But then once again, the intentions of destroying and breaking up a country and extracting all the natural resource is masked in the name of democracy. Killing 500,000 young children in Iraq just to have control over the region, so you can run whatever drugs and opium and oil and extract oil and drugs and whatever you need to do from Iraq, was done in the name of democracy. Because what's happening is even in the past and now, Eastern Syria is the hub where the United States is still extracting wheat and oil by the boatloads, and they're taking it through Iraq, and they're getting it on the Gulf, and they're sending it all the way down the Persian Gulf, all the way to the United States to reestablish their oil reserves, so they can take that money that they're getting from Syria and through Iraq, and they can sit back here and feed and sustain Europe and give them oil now. Because now that Europe can't have access to Russian oil, they got to get oil from somewhere. The Europe just signed a $650 billion deal in which the United States is funding oil to Europe now. Now, Europe has to pay ridiculously marked up rates to get basic oil when you had a pipeline in Russia that ran it straight to you. The reason that matters is this. When you have a pipeline from Russia to Europe, you can keep there's a certain grade of oil that you have to have cooled at a certain temperature, or the oil don't work, or oil's not going to be any good. So having it go straight through a pipeline, it saves money. Now, to get that same oil from the United States, it's got to get brought in shipping containers. The shipping containers cost 4 to 5 times how much it would be getting it from Europe. So the shipping containers have to keep the oil cooled at a certain temperature, and those machines cost money to maintain. So you're paying 4 and 5 times inflated costs on oil when you could have had it from Russia. But what's happening is they cut off access to Russia, to now America has to get all the oil going to them.
You hear that interview with Condoleezza Rice when she was in office, and she said it out of her own mouth. We have to convince Europe to buy our oil at all costs. And so they've been doing this. That's been the game plan since she was secretary or whatever.
And how do you convince them? You sit back here and you convince Europe that we got to break Europe. We have to break Russia in order for the United States.
And that's why Putin said in that interview, he said it's not about knowing who blew the pipeline up, who has the capability to go in the water and the means to go in the water and blow the pipeline up. He said that'll let you know who blew it up.
Listen, there was people from Netherlands. There were people from Netherlands, and I'm looking on Twitter, and they said "woekla, woekla." You know, the people from Netherlands have a weird language, and I'm like, translation. Just thank you, USA. Everybody knew when the Nord Stream pipelines got blown up who did it. It's funny. Biden literally like 6 months before, he said we have ways. We have ways to sit back and stop the oil from Russia to get to Europe, from Germany. How, Mr. President? Trust me. We know what we have to do. And then 6 months later, all of a sudden, Nord Stream gets blown up. And then they say it was Zelensky's guys with just a regular like fishing boat.
Yeah.
Went there and jumped in the water and blew it up. These guys are a bunch of hacks. Underground hacks and criminals. That takes paramilitary naval skills.
Submarines
and skilled divers. Skilled naval divers to pull off something like that. That don't just happen overnight. Just because I have a can-do attitude. That doesn't work like that. And we have to have logistics. You have to have finance. You have to have backing to do that. Anyway, let's get back to the point. So read verse 12 again.
Job 20, verse 12. Though wickedness be sweet in his mouth, though he hide it under his tongue.
I'm going to keep my intentions under my tongue. I'm going to proclaim that it's about the furthering of democracy, the furthering of sovereignty of these other countries. But really, I want your oil. Really, I want to destroy your country. Read on.
Though he spare it and forsake it not, but keep it still within his mouth.
He keeps it in his mouth, under his tongue. Read on.
Yet his meat in his bowels is turned. It is the gall of apes within him.
It says the meat in his bowels is turned. It's the gall of ass within him. What it means is, what's inside of him is hatred, destruction, self-servitedness. I'm going to get what I want when I want it at all costs. At all costs. So what's inside of him is turned, meaning his nature is turned. His intention is turned. When you read about chapters like in Job 20 and other chapters in Job, this is really talking about the institution and the people that run things from the very top. Because you'll see a pattern in Job about the wicked and how the wicked keeps in silence and they keep away from everybody. The real movers and shakers you don't see. The people who are really making the moves you don't. All these, even Bill Gates. Everybody talks Bill Gates. He ain't the one pulling the strings. They'll sit back here. For instance, J.P. Morgan was the face of United States banking in the 20s and 30s. They said by the time J.P. Morgan died, his assets, only 15% of all his assets were in his name. This guy was the man, making millions upon millions upon millions of dollars all throughout the world. He was the one that was brokering finance deals with Stalin and with Lenin during the Russian Revolution. So the United States was the one financing Russia. The United States was the one that was financing Germany. This is how the United States started ascending into power. They were the major bank funneling and sustaining and building up these countries. And they had to pay these $5 billion loans back, $10 billion loans back, and they were in debt to the United States. So if J.P. Morgan was the head of all these organizations, he should have way more than 15% of the value of his estate. It should be more than that in his name. Why is only 15% in his name? Because the other 85% is in his Lord's name. There was a guy named Cecil Rhodes. He was a multi-billion-dollar guy that was in charge of all the construction and the development of all the countries in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
That was British. All the British territory in Africa was run and controlled by Cecil Rhodes. Well, they don't tell you Cecil Rhodes was the crony for the Rothschilds. So the Rothschilds ran Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes got rich. Well, who got the majority of the riches?
Well, that's what they're finding out with Macron.
And real quick, this is why they call the people Rhodes Scholars.
Right.
A Rhodes Scholar are certain people that have a certain mental aptitude academically, and they get backed financially. These Rhodes Scholars get scholarships and monies because they have certain proclivities and a certain mind that can be used down the line to quote-unquote further society.
They're beneficial.
But all these individuals that are the best of the best of the best, they get picked up at an early age. They get financed. They get backed academically. So that now you're in the pocket of the people who keep giving you money. So now you work for them. Where do you think these think tanks come from? They hire the intelligent and sharpest individuals, and you work for the Rand Corporation.
They pull you up the ranks for Stanford research, which started at Stanford Institute or Stanford University, has a separate governmental internship.
Yeah.
Where you're into AI, you're into space programs, like the lady that helped create Siri. She not only has patents for Siri, but because she's heavy with AI, they just moved her up the ranks and pulled her into from the university to the Stanford research side. Then they have her. She became the head of Yahoo. She became the CEO of Yahoo for a little while. Now they use her in her technology genius for the fact that she understands AI programs. And then they use her for the government. So you just move up from university to a research center, and then you become a government employee.
Or you'll sit back here and get hired for the Rand Corporation. And the Rand Corporation, amongst many other corporations that are think tanks. Think tanks that, and your whole job is to focus on how to break down empires. What they don't tell you is every single president that has been flowing over the last 25, 30, 40 years are still executing all of the plans that the Rand Corporation be writing 10, 15 years ago. If you sit back here and look at all the Rand Corporations, they'll sit back and publish these 1,000-page reports about what it takes for regime change in Russia, what it takes for regime change in China, what it takes for regime change operations all around the world globally. And they'll sit back and they'll post it. And they'll know nobody's going to read it.
Nope.
So what ends up happening is the policymakers, who, regardless of who gets chosen as president and elected, they're still following the Rand Corporation's outline for global regime change. And these Rand Corporation guys, they'll sit back here and they'll establish war games.
Yep.
They'll simulate war games of what would happen if Taiwan fought China, and how much resources the United States would need to bring to the table to liberate Taiwan. What will it take to liberate the Ukrainians? This is what all these intelligent people that are created from Rhodes Scholar type foundations are chosen to do.
Yeah, CFR.
So the thing is this: everything the United States is doing, they're just perfecting what the British already established. I'm bringing that whole Britain thing up with the Rhodes Scholarship because they're doing it here with different names and different titles. But there is a literal playbook that was taken from the British Empire. They're doing the same thing here, and everything that's written in these Rand Corporation files, and there's other corporations like this that are think tanks on how to regime change. So you can sit back and change the name Trump, Biden, Obama. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, Council of Foreign Relations, they do the same thing.
But exactly. But what the funny thing is, Trump is the one who first sent weapons to Ukraine in the first place. Trump sent weapons to Ukraine before Biden did. He sent javelins when he was in position of power before Biden. He was told to do that a long time ago. And the same thing with the plans for Ukraine, Russia, China, Taiwan. They were doing the same thing in Iraq and Iran.
Bilderberg Group,
Good.
the Trilateral Commission.
But all those commissions, they're the ones who are funding the RAND corporations.
Mm-hmm.
All those groups, they're funding the think tanks to come up and extract the best ways to destroy other countries for United States global supremacy. This is the game, yes, sir.
And you know why? If I got the money, I'm gonna be the middleman. I'm gonna be the money, y'all go at it, because I know my main focus is both y'all got 2 mineral resources and y'all land that I can benefit off of. You're gonna owe me because I invested into you financially. So you're gonna get that, but when I lose, okay, you see what you told the other guy? Hey, without me, you wouldn't have nothing. Russia would have been destroyed. Sit down and have the right to talk. He told that to Zelensky. That's what Donald Trump told him. So it's like an investment.
Well, it's an investment, and this is how you control and leverage people to get what you want. You either control them financially, or you control them through blackmail.
But it's weapons for wheat and crops.
Yeah,
because they're all very rich in resources.
Well, that too, but it's the thing. This is how you control people. You control people 2 ways, and this is universal. You control people through money, and you control people through honeypot schemes. Hold on, through honeypot schemes. They'll sit back here. Another word for honeypot schemes is sexual blackmail. Where do you think this whole Epstein thing is going on so heavy? Because this is how you control senators, you control voting, you control decision making through bribery and blackmail. This is how everybody, that's how politics is swayed all around the world. Okay. I caught you slipping at this party, and I got evidence. Everybody talking about Diddy. Diddy just sitting back here on a low level, doing what his superiors did to him. I got you on paper, and I'm financing.
Caught you at the Coldplay concert.
Listen. Or I caught you with your pants down, literally.
Yeah.
Doing something you shouldn't have did. Now, play ball with us. You're going to get rich. We're going to take care of you. But if you want to have a conscience all of a sudden, this is waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how even the smarts and the sharp individuals keep pumping out and producing what they want. This is the game. They sit back here and pay you clean, and they blackmail you dirty. It's both. Yep. This is how they stay on top of everybody. But once again,
clean would be AIPAC.
Yeah, AIPAC is clean.
It's clean.
But the same people that finance AIPAC, the Mossad, CIA, the Israeli Mossad, they'll say that's ones who backed Epstein in the first place.
Yep.
You realize that woman Giselle Maxwell, her father was a top-end Israeli Mossad agent, and they just used her to sit back and be another extension of the Israeli Mossad.
Yeah,
so she's the one that's gathering all the information, gathering the intel, gathering all the pictures, all the proof, sending it to the Mossad, the Israeli CIA. Now they got leverage over you. They got leverage over you financially and morally.
Yep.
So now you're going to do what you're told. Now you're in pocket. Now that's why none of these U.S. senators or politicians can say anything bad about Israel. I saw this people were sitting back here and saying, how can you sit back here and back Israel when they're just committing genocide against Gaza? And the whole crowd of like 2,000 folks were just yelling at this guy. And this senator from like Wisconsin was like, guys, Gaza has the Israelis have the right to their sovereignty. And he's get his same lame answer over and over and over again. You know, he's like, I can't say anything. I can't agree with you. I gotta say that the company answer.
Yep.
Hamas is the problem. Hamas has to get rooted out. But you sitting back in the back of his mind like, they got dirty pics of me with kids. I gotta be cool.
Yep.
They got dirty pics of me doing some things I ain't supposed to do. So I gotta sit back here and play this game. I gotta play ball. This is how senators, governments are overthrown. Anyway, but it's all under that darkness, so that the ones on top can initiate the thought that we're about truth, justice, and the American way, But on the bottom, we're going to do as many shadow techniques and shadow moves as possible. Let's continue in Job 20.
Job 20 and verse 15. He hath swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again.
So he swallowed down riches. You're swallowing down riches at a fast rate because your bowels are turned inside out. Your mercy and your kindness is gone. You have no soul. Just like in Ecclesiastes 10 and 9, where it said, you casted away your bowels. You gave up your soul. It said earlier, it said, for such a one setteth his own soul for sale. So as you're swallowing down riches, you're giving up your soul in return. You're just giving up your spirit in exchange for your money and your riches. So read back in 15 again.
Verse 15. He hath swallowed down riches, and he shall vomit them up again. The Most High shall cast them out of his belly.
So the Most High is going to sit back here with all this corruption and this systematic corruption. The Most High is going to sit back here and extract and pull all of the riches that you've stolen, and you're going to lose it all. But the only way that the Most High will cast it out of this country's belly or the elite's belly is through regime change. But it's a regime change when Christ comes back and the whole world gets turned right side up and gets balanced and established the right way. And all the riches, all the gold, all the power, all the resources are going to get brought back to the rightful owners. Okay?
Oh, one more verse. Just on this one. Verse 18. That which he labored for shall he restore.
Exactly.
And shall not swallow it down. According to his substance shall the restitution be.
So the restitution, meaning the reestablishing of the rest of the world back from these elites, is the restitution. All the gold. Listen, the funny thing is, people, don't forget, people are getting rich off of what? You have millionaires, you have billionaires, right? But they're being rich off of what? Paper money. Who has the gold? The gold's the real wealth.
Gold is going up now.
But who has the majority of the gold? Those are the ones who are making the moves. I remember Trump was like, yeah, we're going to go into Fort Knox and check out if there's gold in Fort Knox. He started talking about it.
That's right. Yeah.
What happened to the report that he's going to go check out Fort Knox? Because he knows what's in Fort Knox. Nothing. That's been taken 30, 40, 50 years ago. There's no gold in Fort Knox. Who got the gold? The ones who were really making the decisions. Everybody else is fighting over paper money. That ain't real. The people with the paper money don't have the real wealth. Because when the paper money goes to nothing, then sooner than later, all the property is going to get forfeited. Because how can you pay a car note and a mortgage on paper money that has no value?
Well, how can you pay a country's debt off when you're not printing your own money? When you're paying in another country?
When your gold,
foreign currency.
Yes, when the currency isn't backed by gold. This is why the big countries are stacking up as much gold as they possibly can.
Gold right now is at $3,000 per troy ounce, which is insane for a piece of gold.
And even the countries are fighting over the smallest portions of the gold. The ruling families have the majority of it.
France got all Africa's gold.
I'm gonna say this, and France don't even got Africa's gold. How about that? Macron don't got that gold.
No,
the elites of that country got the gold.
The banks.
Listen, don't forget the major bank of France is controlled by who?
Rothschild.
There you go. The major banks in France, England, Austria, Hungary, they're all controlled by the J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan and Cali back in the day, in the United States was controlled by the Rothschilds. So you had the Rothschilds controlled the banking industry. The Rockefellers controlled the medical industry. Pfizer was owned still by the Rockefellers. They're still the controlling owners of it. Those families still run it.
Rockefellers had oil and gas.
And oil and gas, and that's why the Rockefellers in the 20s sat back here and invested heavily in when petroleum-based medicines came out. They put millions of dollars into petroleum-based medications. And they also put millions of dollars into Harvard and all the major academic places and pretty much bribed them into saying, listen, you guys got to push that natural, holistic methods of healing is witch doctor stuff. So whether it's Harvard or all these Johns Hopkins University, all these groups were financed by the Rockefeller Corporation. Mm-hmm. And they were told, listen, you're going to lose your financing and your funding, and doctors are going to lose their right to be doctors if you teach naturopathic medicine. So you're going to have to now sit back here and teach that these petroleum-based
synthetic
medication is the best way to heal people's body. So now Rockefeller is using his petroleum empire to finance the medical empire. Now he controls multiple branches of those empires on top of the heroin distribution, and all the dirty drug distribution is controlled by that same beast.
What's his Anderson Cooper's family?
They were I forgot, they were high end too. They were in Tennessee. I forgot what they were tapping into.
Yeah, they were elite too.
Yeah, the Astors. They were the Astor family. I think they were the Astor family. Anyway, was it? I could be wrong. I heard something, but I just forgot what they are. But let's keep going. I guess let's get back to the title because we'll never get through this class. Let off in Ecclesiastes 10. Let go of Job. Let's go back now to Josephus.
Antiquity of the Jews, Book 12, Chapter 9, Paragraph 1. What, line 357 again?
Yeah, just keep reading.
Okay, line 357. When this concern about these affairs was added to the former, he was confounded, and by the anxiety he was in, fell into a distemper, which, as it lasted a great while, and as his pains increased upon him, so he at length perceived he should die in a little time. So he called his friends to him, and told them that his distemper was severe upon him, and confessed with all that this calamity was set upon him for the miseries he had brought upon the Jewish nation, while he plundered their temple and condemned their power. And when he had said this, he gave up the ghost. Whence one may wonder at Polybius of
Megalopolis,
who though otherwise a good man, yet saith that Antiochus died, because he had a purpose to plunder the temple of Diana in Persia, for the proposing to do a thing, but not actually doing it, is not worthy of punishment.
So some other guy, instead of just acknowledging that he got stung because he offended the Most High, another gainsayer, writer, or author ends up saying, yeah, he died because he tried to sit back here and destroy Diana's temple. And what Josephus is saying, trying to do something isn't the cause of a punishment. You get punished for doing something, not trying to do something. Read on.
But if Polybius could think that Antiochus thus lost his life on that account, it is much more probable that this king died on account of his sacrilegious plundering of the temple at Jerusalem.
So you can tell that Josephus is battling other writers and authors. And he's having a lot of pushback from his Hebrew-centric approach. Whereas Greek approaches and Greek thinking approaches were the norm. Idolatrous thinking was the norm. So he's sitting back here and teaching concepts or explaining concepts from strictly a Hebrew perspective.
They are respected.
And they're not respected across the world. This is why most books dealing with the Hebrew scenario, they never talk about these kind of scenarios because they're coming from a pro-Greek slant. Read on.
But we would not contend about this matter with those who may think that the cause assigned by this Polybius of Megalopolis is nearer the truth than that assigned by us.
Read on.
However, Antiochus, before he died, called for Philip, who was one of his companions.
So listen, before he dies, and the Josephus says it too. I mean, the Apocrypha says it too. Before he died, Josephus said, "Okay, Philip, I want you to run the empire and train up my son Antiochus Eupator to take on the throne." Now, don't forget, he's now what he's doing. He's creating this power vacuum in Antioch, because before he left Antioch, he gave Lysias the same responsibility. He said, "Lysias, you're a good friend. I need you to train my son Antiochus Eupator to until he's king, until he's of age, then make him king. But you sit back here and be his confidant and develop him and train him the right way." Now he's all the way in Babylon, and he's giving Philip the same responsibility. He's literally going to cause a civil war. Because you think Lysias is going to just give up his position in Antioch?
No.
When he's put all the time into Eupator now?
No.
He's put a good 8 months to a year into Eupator. You going to give that up because Philip said it's his time, and Antiochus told me to do it? He's about to cause a civil war. And that's an important thing to be conscious of going down the line on this topic. Read on.
It says, however, Antiochus, before he died, called for Philip, who was one of his companions, and made him the guardian of his kingdom, and gave him his diadem, and his garment, and his ring, and charged him to carry them, and deliver them to his son Antiochus, and desired him to take care of his education, and to preserve the kingdom for him. This Antiochus died in the 149th year.
Mm-hmm.
But it was Lysias that declared his death to the multitude and appointed his son Antiochus to be king.
So think about this. He said Antiochus gave Philip the order that he wants him to deal with him. But he had given Lysias the responsibility first. But what's happening is Lysias did what? Lysias declared his death to the multitude in Antioch first. So if Lysias declares the death, then everybody around him thinks what?
He's next.
Lysias is the man until Antiochus Eupator gets of age. So it was important about who declares the bad news. So Philip was in where? Was in Babylon. There was no way he could get. And you couldn't declare a news conference in Babylon now. There was no television. So word got out to Lysias and Antiochus was dead, made the formal announcement. So now everybody's like, okay, Lysias is the satrap, or he is the ruler in waiting, or he's the ruler now until the sun rises up. The heir to the throne gets of age. So now Philip is like, okay, if Lysias has already beat me to the punch, so to speak, if I go with my men up to Antioch, what's going to happen to Philip?
Get killed.
He's going to get killed. So Philip has to go now to Egypt and hide out and hold tight and make a decision on what he wants to do next. To sit back and gather his army, pay for military, to maybe come out and have a fight with Lysias. Because from Philip's perspective, I have his crown, I have his scepter, I'm the man. So I have right to the throne just as much as Lysias has right to the throne. And I'll sit back here and take over Eupator and teach him and train him the way of the samurai. So this is the thinking. Alright? Let's keep going.
This Antiochus died in the 149th year, but it was Lysias that declared his death to the multitude and appointed his son Antiochus to be king, of whom at present he had the care, and called him Eupator.
Okay, let that go. We're going to get back in a second. Let's get back to Josephus. First Kings. First Maccabees. Let's go down to First Maccabees, chapter 6, and verse 16 down.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 16. So King Antiochus died there in the 149th year. Now when Lysias knew that the king was dead, he set up Antiochus his son, whom he had brought up being young, to reign in his stead, and his name he called Jupiter.
So what's happening? Lysias raised up Ptolemy, raised up Antiochus. You're the king. But he's like, you're young. Let me be your advisor. You got the power now. Philip's going to come out here and try to take you over. I got your back. So you're the man. But lean on me for the advice. I've always had your best interest in mind. So pretty much Lysias got the power until Jupiter has the full-blown power. Read on.
Right. Verse 18. About this time, they that were in the tower shut up the Israelites round about the sanctuary, and saw always their hurt and the strengthening of the heathen.
So what's happening is this. All the good work that Judas Maccabee. So what's happening after all this Syrian Greek drama is happening? Now the story goes back into what's happening with Israel at Jerusalem. And the scripture says, where there is good, what? So all the good changes are happening in Jerusalem. Like we read in 1 Maccabees chapter 4, we got the temple, everything's good. We can sit back here and sacrifice animals on the altar again. But with this good, negative is right next door. And I want to sit back here and show you on the screen, on if you can, look on YouTube. I'm going to show you, this is a challenging map, but I got a better one coming up in a second. If you guys look on this map, if you look at this map, you will see a bunch of red outlining. Then you'll see yellow outlining on top of the red outlining. The yellow outlining is Jerusalem as it expanded years later. Okay? The red outlining is around this time when Jerusalem was a thing. Now, what you're seeing, you're only seeing the upper city of Jerusalem. There is a second part of the city going downward. You're only seeing the upper part of the city. Now, technically, the far right side of this image is where the temple would be. If you see these words Ophel,
Yeah.
you see Ophel? Right above Ophel is where the temple is. Okay? Now below Ophel is this place called Acra. Acra, or the lower city, is literally where this citadel was strategically set up. The citadel that Menelaus and Jason had built. Remember back in the day, Jason built this tower in this citadel for all the young men, that they'd be this Jew militia that was trained militarily the Greek way and was lifting weights and putting oil in their body at night out.
Yeah.
They was oil boys and these gym boys at night, and they was military in the day. That was all in this area called Acra.
That was a little police station.
Yeah, it was a little police station. It was a citadel or a police station, and it was right below the temple. This faction in this area of Jerusalem was never conquered by Judas. So with they might have sat back here and went above the citadel of Acra and rededicated the temple, which was a great feat. But they never eliminated that Greek element out of the city. Which means what? Which means that the political leadership of Jerusalem was still pro-Greek. And what you're realizing is it was very hard to conquer this group because they had the connections with the Greek Empire still. So if you sit back here and take them out, you're still bringing a hornet's nest to you from the Greek military and the Greek factions around you. There was a significant faction of pro-Judas, and there was still a significant faction of pro-Greek people in Israel. It's almost like the idea co-inhabiting a place with pro-Israel, pro-Hebrew culture, and pro-Greek in the same way is almost an impossibility to coexist with these two different factions.
The two walk together, except
You
that they
can't
agree.
do it. Exactly. Either everybody's going to eventually turn Hebrew, but that Hebrew life was a what? It was a harder, more disciplined life. So people more than likely were going to go feed and fuel the flesh. So this constant habitation was always going to be a problem in the city. Now I'm going to go jump to this better map. There's a better map right here. You sit back here and you look at the temple now. You see how there's a whole bottom side where people had the normies were. The normies were in the south. The normies were in the south. And then you'll see like a little wall. You see this wall? There's a wall that separates the northern group and the southern normies. It just kind of lets you know this is classism at its height.
So
Classism at its height. What's that?
it's that little that wall that's right there that looks like a U.
Yeah, it's like a U. It's a U wall.
It's like a U-shaped wall.
Maybe there's a delay. You see that map? There's a new map there.
Yeah.
So this new map, you have your normies at the bottom, and now you have these little buildings and structures at the top, which is where your elites were. And even further, you have that citadel called what? Accra. So now you got this citadel called Accra, which is right next to the temple. Now Judas did a great job clearing the temple out and allowing sacrifices to happen. Now listen, this image isn't the clearest image because this image, if I'm not mistaken, is of the temple once Herod reestablished it. And you see how much bigger it is? That's a much bigger and wider temple, and that's when Herod expanded.
He expanded
property.
the court.
The court. That's why it's so much bigger, and it's a little temple with a big court around.
But he expanded the court.
But this map helps to explain the closeness of Accra, which is literally the center of Hellenistic principle, and how close it was to the temple, where people were trying to serve the Most High on a daily basis. And it shows you that dynamic even when you serve the Most High today. For as much people want to serve the Most High, that wicked, selfish, Americanized spirit is hovering right behind you. So you want to go to the club, you want to go to serve the Lord. They're right next door to each other. And it's that constant pull. They're like you about to go into sit back here and you go into class and you smell dank weed. There's a strong smell of dank weed. Like, damn, I remember that smell. And you walking past that smell, like, do I want God or you want that smell?
It's confusion.
And everything that comes with that smell.
They're literally at the gate.
That's my point. That's why, remember I told you, I'm not having this class if I can't show the pictures, because the pictures give a clarity to how strong that influence is right next to the temple. So,
but didn't Solomon do something like this?
Well, Solomon had his. You see how there's this natural boundary, like a hill. Yeah. Solomon partied over there. Like you see, there's a hill here, right? Yeah. What Solomon did is to the right or to the east of the temple. He went to a higher peak and had his idol temple to the right side of the temple. So if I'm at the temple and I turn to the right, you can still see Solomon's idolatrous temple, where he sat back here and served Kamash and all these weird idols.
And it was actually higher than
So I said it was higher. So you couldn't help but see it when you was burning sacrifice to the God, because the altar is to the right. So you're sitting back here burning the altar to the right, and the high priest is sitting back here looking right at the damn Astarte temple, right up the way. And that's how all Solomon was.
And even when you're in the temple, you still got to pray to the east.
Kind.
So you still got to pray towards that dell.
Looking at that temple.
That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. So all these things were strategically set up to keep feeding weakness inside of us. So Accra is literally right next to the temple. And you can see how fortified it was. You would have to literally go to war and go all out to sit back here. When it says a citadel, it was more than just a little building. This was a fortification. Yeah, and you got to get in there. Or they can operate in and out, and they're good. And there's gates all around here. So they obviously had access to the outside gates. They can operate, do what they want. It's a real vulnerability. Because if they want, they can let enemies in. They can open the gate from the side and let the enemies come right in. So this is literally this is a military weakness in your fortifications. And they're a stronghold because there's still people that want to do the Greek way.
That's nuclear weapons in Cuba.
Kinda.
Yes.
So you're constantly uncomfortable. There's no comfort. So read that verse again.
First Maccabees chapter 6.
In 19.
In verse 19. Wherefore, Judas, proposing to destroy them, called all the people together.
No, verse 17. Verse 18. I'm sorry, it was 18, not 19.
Yeah, kind of smart. First Maccabees 6 and 18. About this time, they that were...
Now, let's make sure we get backdrop on the information. Before we got to this point with the Maccabees, what were we doing? We were sitting back here. We brought all these new Jews from Gilead and Galilee. We were sitting back here and we went to the Philistia and all the western coast countries, and we were killing Philistines. There was when you read in Maccabees in chapter 5, they said that the Philistines were troubling the Jews. The Philistines had drowned over 200 Jews in Philistia. So we went down to Philistia and whipped up on all these guys that murdered our people. And they didn't take over Philistia, but they kind of made the message clear. When you start messing with our people, we're going to come and get you too. So they were collecting all Jews that were being terrorized all around different countries and brought them back down to Jerusalem. Okay, so they just got back down from Jerusalem, major wins, repopulating the city with more pro-Judas people. Now, politically, that is a threat to the Greek position in the Greek political party. Because now you're bringing thousands of pro-Judas people into the city. So what does the pro-Hellenistic political side have to do in retaliation to Judas bringing his people down here and expanding his strength? Because that's what he's doing. He's expanding Judas' strength in this territory. So now we read verse 18 again.
All right. First Maccabees 6 and 18.
Matter of fact, y'all got to go. Taiwan. Matter of fact, let's get you in real quick. What they got? Naga.
Nagaha, Shah Shabata, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yashala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabata, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yashala. I'm on you. What? Yahweh Hashem Yashem Rakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashem Rakatah.
All right. So let's do it. Let's get verse 17 again, sir.
First Maccabees, chapter 6, verse 17. Now when Lysias knew that the king was dead...
I'm sorry, it's 18. Slack.
Oh, sorry.
18.
First Maccabees, chapter 6, verse 18. About this time, they that were in the tower shut up the Israelites round about the sanctuary.
So now, this is their show of force. Go back to this image. The people in the citadel or the tower, they're sitting back here saying, now we got to make a move on all these Israelites that are sitting back here going to the temple. Think about this. All the Jews are making their way to the temple, and now these people that are in the citadel in Accra are harassing them. This is a way to neutralize and put fear into the new sets of people that are coming into this city that are pro the Most High and loyal to Judas. They're going to use force and bully tactics to sit back and threaten the people. Read on.
and sought always their hurt.
And they're always, this is our people. This is black on black crime at its height. All because of political objectives and differences of viewpoint. We're going to sit back and put pressure on them, put them in terror, put them in fear. Think about this. If you're sitting back here and having trained military whip up on the man and shake up the women and kids, are you going to go back to the temple next week?
Nope.
So by this violence, you're pretty much saying, come up here to the temple, you're going to get your ass whipped. And you might die. This is the kind of pressure that this faction who was, we're going to read later on, Menelaus is still alive by. He's this dark Sith sitting here still. He's a dark Sith controlling things from this citadel.
But he's the one that let him in.
He's a crime boss. This Menelaus is a crime boss. He's crime bossing from the citadel, afflicting and punishing the people that are trying to serve the Most High. Why are we explaining this? Because our people have been more cruel, have been just as cruel to us as the white man has. We've been just as discriminatory as our enemy is. And that's the sad thing. Read on.
About this time, they that were in the tower shut up the Israelites round about the sanctuary, and sought always their hurt.
Always sought to hurt them and to intimidate. They wasn't just peaceful protest. They were putting hands on poor innocent people that just left hellish conditions in Gilead and Galilee. They just left that. They're supposed to be able to come into Jerusalem and find safety there. Read on.
And the strengthening of the heathen.
So once again, they did this to strengthen the heathen's political position. And yet, okay, Judah sat back here and opened the temple for business. Well, that don't mean we're going to let this business operate smoothly. Because what Menelaus understood is the more people that are serving the Most High, that are getting into this temple thing, we're going to get weakened again. And eventually they're going to sit back and overthrow us. So in order for us to break that, we can't get them comfortable to go to the temple. And if I break them from coming to the temple, they're going to eventually get idle and start locking into our way anyway.
It's a culture war.
It's a culture war, and this is why the Most High has to come in and intervene, because what are you going to do? You always have this negative influence that's hovering over the people. Hold this, and let's go to 2 Corinthians chapter 11.
Second Corinthians chapter 11.
Read that 11 and 21.
Okay.
21, then we're going to do 26 and 27.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 21. I speak as concerning reproach, as though we had been weak. Howbeit, whereinsoever any is bold, I speak foolishly. I am bold also. Verse 26. In journeyings often.
So he's saying the chapter or this verse is talking about all of the afflictions and all of the reproaches that Paul had to suffer in pushing the gospel to the world. And he's like, these are the things that each and every one of us have to experience in getting the word out, in standing up for what's right, in having spiritual honor, in trying to establish a spiritual culture all around the world. Read verse 27.
Verse 27. In weariness and painfulness.
So he's telling you how exhausting and how tiring it is to change culture. It's exhausting to sit back here and get people to be motivated to change, to live the right way, to not resort to the easy way out. Listen, once you get past the fact that you're a Jew and you wear fringes on your clothes, and these are the high holy days, now the work starts. Because the work every day is to try to create a culture amongst everybody to buy into change, to buy into choosing the difficult way of life. Because serving the Most High, everything about serving the Most High is anti what gratifies the flesh. And the weariness, there is a weariness in repeating yourself over and over and over again. What is it about the foolishness of teaching?
Yeah,
There's a foolishness of preaching because you're saying the same thing over and over and over again and hope that the light bulb pops one day or shines one day. And there is a weariness in this push and pull scenario because as hard as you want to push, especially in these big cities like Corinth, as hard as you're pushing, there's another person saying you don't got to do it that way. It ain't got to be that hard. You don't got to sit back here and commit like he's saying commit. That's the weariness. And this is where you're fighting to protect the flock. Because everybody in the region, everybody don't agree with how hard you push. Everybody doesn't agree with how dedicated you're trying to get the group to be dedicated in. And there is a weariness in this push for raising the standard of what you're trying to accomplish in Christ. It's exhausting.
You're always convincing people to that standard. And everybody doesn't agree that you have to serve the Lord to that degree.
So there's a weariness in fighting idolatry. Then there's a weariness in fighting method. Listen, Paul kept teaching people. It's one thing to teach Israel not to tap into idolatry. Then you had to teach Israel to stop being so robotic in the law that they don't have no love. Then you had to teach certain other Jews that it wasn't about gain as being a Jew. He was mentioning all these concepts. He was teaching a lot of teachers, and the teachers didn't like it. Because what was he saying? Some people out here saying that gain is godliness. Those were Israelites teaching that. There were Israelite teachers pushing that concept.
Track hawks.
You were sitting back here. It was certain people pushing
for real.
That if I give you spiritual things, shall I not reap your carnal? And this was the justification. As people were teaching the Lord as a business. Paul said, I didn't make it about the business. If you're going to be blameless and make the message of the Most High be pure, it can't be about that. So he's constantly going to war with lesser level approaches to teaching the Word of God. Because that's really what it is. There's a lot of different people that teach the Word of the Lord. And you know what? And he's also letting you know there's a lot of people that teach, and they're just at lesser levels. And lesser levels has nothing to do with intelligence. The lesser levels is all based upon how much more I'm getting out the deal in my ministry than what you're getting out the deal in your ministry. That's the lesser levels. If I'm getting more out the deal, that means people are gaining less. Paul kept trying to teach the message of Christ is about giving everything you got and you losing it. And I wasn't an economic parasite to you at all. People don't like that message. So Paul had a lot of haters. Yeah. So when he was in jail, he even talked about that. He was in jail and people were mocking him and using the fact he was in jail as a reason not to follow what Paul was saying. And that's why he said some people are teaching out of the wrong spirit. Some people are teaching the gospel in the spirit of maliciousness. So all of these different factions of people pushing their way was that weariness of the flesh. Continue.
Verse 27. In weariness and painfulness.
It was painful and exhausting trying to deliver messages to Israel and dealing with that resistance. Read on.
In watchings often.
So what was the watchings about? You had to sit back here and watch Nero, and if Nero was going to be crazy and want to sit back and kill all Christians, or you had to watch negative people from trying to poach your men.
It's both.
Because what was happening in Galatians? Paul says, you foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? What does that mean?
He said, who have begun in the spirit?
Meaning you've begun in the spirit, and now you're listening to all this bad advice, and now you're taking steps back. What he's saying is, I'm going to address the Galatians, but I also got to watch out for who's the ones talking to my Galatian congregation. Who's talking to my Galatian congregation, telling them that you're not in the spirit if you don't do this high holy day. You're not in the spirit if you don't do this Hebrew approach that never really works on what's inside of you. So Paul is sitting back here looking after super brews that ain't really about changing what's inside of them. We want to sit back and measure your fringes and make sure that you sit back here and sacrifice this animal today.
No,
if you didn't sit back and kill this animal, you're wicked. Did you sit back here, you went to the market, do you know who sat back here and who killed the animal? Where'd you get that meat from? Where did it come from? Yeah, I know it's meat. I know it's beef. Where did it come from?
It was chicken, but where did this? What God this chicken work?
Did it come from the farm? Was it farm fresh, or was it from the Greek temple? If it was from the Greek temple, you're wicked. You know you're wicked, right?
In damnation. Huh?
That's the whole point. This is how these guys is on. This is why when you start hearing this, and you see it now in Jewtown. That's how this Jew, he says, yeah, man. It had those spooky sounds.
Yes, the scary music.
You know halal meat is wicked, right? Because it was prayed over by the Muslims.
Don't eat the chicken.
You're not supposed to eat.
Don't eat it.
Corrupt meats. They said it was halal. It was prayed over in the name of Allah. That's why it's wicked. Oh, come on, bro.
Nothing new under the sun.
This is what they're saying now. And all those people got all that information to say, but they're still hateful and ungrateful inside.
Yeah.
And this is what Paul said, what are you doing? You got all this filth in you, but all you got time to do is talk about where that meat come from?
Right.
Or it's the Passover. Did you sit back and slaughter this innocent animal on your own? If you didn't slaughter this innocent animal and get blood on your body, you're not in the spirit. Okay, I didn't do it. We bought shanks. You're wicked. That's not the spirit. If you bought corruption from the store, that's not what our forefathers did. You see that thinking? And this is what Paul was. Who bewitched you? Who did you talk to take your mind off course of what the Spirit's really about?
What this is really about?
What is this really about? You're meat pimping, huh?
Yeah.
Versus sitting back here and getting what the point is. Yes. Daniel sat back here and didn't eat meat off of the Babylonian Nebuchadnezzar's table because they sacrificed the meat to Molech or whatever god, or Marduk, because that's what the Babylonians served. So he didn't eat meat on the table because of that. That doesn't mean everybody is on the hook for that. Everybody wants to be the super smart guy that pulled this mega verse that should blow everybody's mind. First is dealing with the simplicity of the word. Why don't you sit down and learn how to love your brother every day? Give your people the benefit of the doubt. See the good in your nation. That work that it takes to be that kind of person trumps all this overly technical things that the Jew can't keep anyway.
If you want to be super extreme, then cool. Let's just eat grasshoppers and honey and live in the woods.
Then sit back here. Then sit back here and buy 2 houses. Or you know what you do? Take your woman, get a tent when she's unclean, and have her go to and don't see her for a damn week. Yeah. And then you better wash every single dish and every single carpet she stepped on.
And everything
she touched, you had a deep clean every week.
Yeah, can't do that.
And then sit back here and clean everything that the women that you come across with in life touched. If you touch it, you're unclean. Yeah. How about that? If we're going to be technical.
We got to be practical.
That's the point. And that's the point. The sister who served you a plate, she has been unclean in the past. Then you can't eat that plate. You can't eat anything in the stores. You're unclean until sundown if you give a person a handshake. Come on, man. What is this?
This is
If
stupid.
we're going to get technical, let's get technical then. Everybody can get technical. I'll trump your technicalness.
Or, according to the law, you're supposed to carry a paddle on your hip and go dig a hole.
And dig the hole for the poop.
And go poop in a hole away from the camp.
That's why our forefathers did.
Like they do in India.
Don't use that bathroom. Don't use that bathroom. Walk outside in the woods.
Like they take shits in India in the beach, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to go to an Indian beach, right? Do not go to a beach in India, right? They sit back here and take shits on the sand, right?
Yeah.
They say it is a cool place to poop. Because in the city, there's too many things going on. I'm serious. I've seen, they show it on Twitter, right? They have like hundreds of Indian men taking dumps on the beach, right? Like, what the cuss is this, right? It is a relaxing place to go. Don't take your girl out there, right? You stepping on shit. You stepping on, every step is a shit. It's like a minefield of shit rockets, right? Everywhere you go, you better get to that water and wash off, G.
No, you can't go that
You
water.
can't get in that water.
Because they got cow poop in there.
No.
Human.
No, they got that.
Human feces too.
No, they burn their relatives and they throw them in the water.
It's dead bodies too.
That
water is not good.
Listen. That's why India is not a vacation resort. You ain't gonna sit back here like the movies. You know, in the movies with your girl, you ride horses on the water and sit out. You ride horses, hanging out, having fun. Nah, bro, you sitting back here stepping on shit and poop. And there's no hanging out at the beach in India. I'm serious,
That curry's not
it's so. They said those areas are so like congested. The only place you can relax and take a dump is out in the woods, huh? That's craziness.
But they say it's so bad they even poop and pee on the trains on the public transportation.
This is bad.
This is India, huh?
And then they'll have like 10,000 people per train car.
Yeah.
Like it's so congested that as soon as the doors open, they push you out. You just fall out. Everybody falls out. The train.
And don't be a woman out there just walking the street on her own. Huh?
Oh.
Those guys will get you out.
Yeah.
I saw an image of this guy was with his girl, and his girl was it was like 5-7 Indian guys who were trying to sit back here and take this guy's girl out. So the guy hurried and tried to get her on the bike. They're grabbing her. Like, what are y'all doing? You're just flipping heathens out here, right?
Yeah.
They're
just heathens out.
And people forget the word thug comes from India. That's an Indian word.
I didn't know that.
That's true. That's a thug. They're the real thug.
It was thugging out. They was groping her out. Like, what are you doing in broad daylight? Just groping women out?
Yeah.
And she was like, but they were like a normal thing out there. Anyway, don't go to India. No, not the beach. No. One thing
You call your phone though and get you owe money. Huh?
they gonna go to work. It is when they're on break, they going to the beach to take a poop, right? Or they gonna hold it until afterwards, and they gonna go poop at the beach, right? And get a breeze while they're pooping, right?
It's very relaxing.
It's a cool breeze, right? At dusk. You should take that dusk poop, right? And then see the sun go down, right? And they're taking a dump, right? Now I'm refreshed.
Do it in a yoga pose.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like this. In the squat, like this. That's what they're doing. I'm dead. I saw like this is horrible. This is. Can these guys get thrown in jail? Can you make laws on this side? Laws. This is when laws have to happen. There ought to be the poop police at the beach, right?
You cannot do this.
How are you going to have tourism at this situation?
Ain't no tourism.
There's no tourism. You're ruining the Indian economy.
Bye, my friend. Bye. Just bye, my friend.
This is horrible.
We have governments.
Yes, you just don't go to the beach. Go to the city. Well, you get a good deal. All right, bro. I guess so. That's a true story. I'm not even lying at all. There was no exaggeration in what I just said. Yes, I.
No, I was gonna say on your point, Ashton Hall promotes his vacation going to Israel, like online or whatnot.
I don't know who Ashton Hall is.
You know how you go through the motions of.
He better go to the Taj Mahal and get in and get out.
Yeah, you better go to those little fancy temples out there.
They don't like black guys either over there. I don't know going.
Listen, they are heavy in the color out. If you're born dark, you're out of there. Right?
Racist. They're racist.
If you're born dark, you're in the low class out. You don't want to be called an untouchable out.
They're like 1950s racists.
I know. The untouchables is dark skin. I'm dead serious. It's like if you white, you right. If you black, stay back. But that's been going on. That was like a 50s term. That's a now term in India.
If you're yellow, you're mellow.
I didn't know that.
Brown,
If
if you're white, you're right. If you're brown, don't come around.
Yeah.
If you're yellow, you're mellow. Like the Chinese will do business with you. And then if you're
black, if you're white, you're right. If you're white,
back.
you're right. Yeah. If you're black, yeah. Those are real things.
And if you're red, you're dead. No Native Americans. Yeah. That's the rule of that.
They literally have like a color shade determinator like this. Come in. No, that's what I'm saying. They like from the guy. That's basically this guy is being terrorist right here. Anyway, so when you deal with this watchings often, Paul is like you got to constantly be in a state of watching out for your flock because there's always going to be somebody that pushes robotic thinking versus spiritual development. Because it's almost like that robotic carnal thinking is created and built to say, I got you. I'm better than you. Because that's all it is.
It's a pride game.
It's all ego. Because if I can sit back here and one-up you on some technical knowledge, all that does is fuel the ego.
I'm more Hebrew.
I read a book and I'm more Hebrew than you. And if I'm able to do it, I'm more spiritual than you. This is why Paul said, charity edifies.
Yep.
What you give up and what you lose makes you the greater man. Not knowledge. And Israel wants to sit back here and focus on technical routine knowledge and not spiritual change to reestablish who they are, to sustain who they are. And that's the foolishness. Okay, let's keep going.
2 Corinthians 11.
So read 27 from the top. Yeah. I'll let you switch. I know you got to get out. After this, just read this verse or this point, and then we'll go.
Okay. Verse 27. In weariness and painfulness, in watchings often.
So once again, it's still telling you how inconvenient and how spiritually taxing it is to do this work. And that there is a reproach and a difficulty that's constantly hovering over you when you're doing this work for the Most High. Read on.
In hunger and thirst.
There's always going to be a scenario where you're uncomfortable, where you're lacking something. Yes, it could. You know what the funny thing is? The Most High has you in a situation where the Most High gives you your what? He gives you your daily bread. But there's also, in the midst of having your daily bread, there is an aspect of hunger and thirst there also. And this is that dynamic that a lot of Israelites aren't comfortable with balancing. The Most High is going to give you what you need, but also leave you a little hungry and a little thirsty. You're never going to sit back here and be in a circumstance where you're completely satiated. Because part of the reproach, he's telling you, part of the reproaches in serving the Most High is hunger and thirst. But he also says he gives you your daily bread. So which one is it? It's both. And this is part of the reproaches in your process of serving the Father. Let's continue.
In fastings often. In cold and naked.
So the Most High says, but he also says he'll give you your daily bread and he'll give you your food and your shelter.
Yeah.
Those are the only things you need. But can it be true that he gives you your food and your shelter and your hunger and you're thirsty and you're cold at the same time?
He gives you the amount that's good for you.
That you need to get by. But you're not going to get this excess. So there is a balance of having what you need and having a little hunger there too. Meaning it's enough to get you by, but not enough to get you comfortable for the future. This is the dynamic this chapter and verse is talking about. You're not hungry, but you know that if you don't keep working, 2 weeks from now, everything can fall apart.
That's the game of life.
That's the game of serving the Most High.
What? I'm saying there's people in life that when they get a big check, you don't see him. Esau knows at work, at jobs. You give him a big check, you don't see him for like 2 weeks.
I know. till the money runs out.
You don't pay them on Thursday. You pay them on.
You don't pay them on Thursday.
No, they won't come to work on Friday. Yeah, they won't show up on Friday.
Golly, it's true. It's true. But this is what the Most High is explaining. You have enough today, but tomorrow I don't know.
I don't know.
And that's where that hunger and thirst
You gotta
comes in.
keep believing.
I'm hungry. That's how the Most High works. But that's how that's the reproach that He has for us. Read on, and then jump to verse 30. No, is it 30? Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, 30.
Verse 30. If I must needs glory.
Matter of fact, what I did we read verse 26?
No, sir.
I want verse
Oh, no,
26.
we didn't finish. We didn't finish.
You just read the first stuff.
In journeys often?
Yes.
Let's read that. I missed something in there. I missed a major thing there.
Let's do. Verse 26. In journeyings often, in perils of waters.
So he said this is what he had to go through. Perils in water. He had multiple shipwrecks. Constantly on the road doing shows out.
Yeah.
That means there's no stability. Read on.
In perils of robbers.
Listen, what is he saying? Listen, just because you're an Israelite, does that mean you're absolved from getting robbed at? He said just because you're a Jew and you teach the word of Most High, you're still susceptible to being taken advantage of. You got to face stick-up kids. He faced stick-up kids.
Bandits.
I said stick-up kids. That's like what people hear now. Stick-up kids. You can face that. Yeah. Read on.
In perils by mine own countrymen.
And this is what he's saying. And this is what Judas is experiencing even now. There's perils and significant dangers even with your own countrymen. The bulk of the battles now is going to be inward. They just sat back here and fought all these nations. And you go home and you think you can get a breather and a recharge. You got to go to war in Jerusalem.
Never ending.
Because that's the picture I'm trying to paint.
You fighting wars abroad and domestic.
It's no stop.
It's non-stop.
And this is how it feels for us. It's constant wars. It's constant fighting to change the culture. You're fighting to change the culture. You're fighting people that want to look at things in a negative way. You're fighting people who want to keep things the way it used to be. You're fighting people who want to sit back here and not get pushed past their comfort level.
And when we say it used to be, let's clarify used to be, because he would say, why are you changing life? Listen, used to be meant the way that didn't work in the past.
Ways that didn't work. Well, I'm going to say this. What works for one person makes another person suffer. So when people say, I want you to do was the old way, that means the old way benefited you and others suffered. That's always the dynamic. This is what was being read and explained in Ecclesiasticus 10. While one person is comfortable and likes how things are, another person can't stand it. So, in a leadership perspective, we have to push that the leaders are going to be uncomfortable so that everybody else is less uncomfortable. But when you're pushing that scenario, people want to say, I want it like it used to be. It was better the way it used to be. I know for you. Because you were comfortable.
Yep.
You didn't have to be accountable back in the past. So those days were great. Like Tony the Tiger. They were great. I had to live my life and not have to be accountable for nothing. Hell yeah. But that's the point. What's uncomfortable for you is better for the body.
Yeah.
And it's this constant battle with people that are of your own country, of your own nation. Now, one thing's how it used to be. These Menelaus and his cronies wanted this life where they were comfortable and the people were suffering. Now they're more uncomfortable. Now they're looked upon as the pariahs, and they're trying to change the culture their way. So it's this constant pull and give, and it's this fighting. It's this constant discomfort everywhere Judas and his men go. He only got 8,000 men. Remember, he only had 10. Then it got shrunk down to 8 because 2,000 died because guys didn't want to lock into order. Now, you don't know how many people that you brought from these different cities that are actually war capable. So now you're sitting back, you got to train men, be on the lookout and watching for these people pushing a different culture, putting pressure on your new flock.
It's nonstop.
It's nonstop. Your hair. It's not. Your hair is turning gray.
Yeah.
It's almost like now it makes sense why the Most High sent Judas home early. Most High took Judas home earlier. The level of intensity that Judas had to carry on his shoulders was immense. The pressure, the stress, having to be accountable for all this level of all these different factions and people trying to take and reestablish the society and culture back to the decrepit way it used to be. And you're constantly on 10.
Yeah.
It's no different than Christ, the level of pressure Christ went through. I'm not saying Judas and Christ are the same, but Christ had to endure 3 years of immense pressure. Most had to take him home early before he got weak. It just kind of gives clarity. So I'm sitting back here like, why would the Most High take Judas out for all the good work he did? He did great work. Why would the Most High have to take him out so quick? But if you think about it, this constant watching, this constant perils, the constant being pressured by these outside forces can wear any man down.
This is an uninspired life is old age.
Huh? But
The time a little bit different.
But this was a time of war.
Yeah.
And there wasn't no time to relax and just enjoy and plant and get a green thumb.
Yep.
You're going to war every damn day.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 11.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 11. And Moses said unto the Most High, wherefore hast thou afflicted thy servant?
It said, Moses complaining. What are you doing to me, Lord? Read on.
And wherefore have I not found favor in thy sight?
And how come you treat me like this? What is he talking about? Read.
That thou layest the burden of all this people upon me.
He said, Lord, what did I do wrong to where I got to hear all these people complaints and I got to deal with all of their issues and you put all their problems on my shoulders? He said, what have I done to you that was wrong to deserve this? Read verse 15.
Verse 15. And if thou deal thus with me.
It said, if this is how you going to deal with me, Lord. Read.
Where we at? Where is that?
Numbers,
okay.
chapter 11, verse 15.
Okay.
And if thou deal thus with me, kill me.
He said, if you're going to deal with me like this, just kill me then. Because what is he complaining about? Read verse 14.
Verse 14. I am not able to bear all this people alone.
He said, man, these people are hard. Their inability to believe, trying to convince them to believe, constantly steering them in the right direction. It's taxing to have to deal with your people. To have to convince your people to believe in the Most High, trust the Most High, follow after the Most High, miracle after miracle, and they still want to stone you with rocks. They still complain because of food and water. There's always, you can't do nothing right in front of them. He said, this burden is what?
I am not able to bear all this people alone, because it is too heavy for me.
So every leadership position is what? Heavy, man. Anytime you're in a leadership position, the position is heavy. It's hard to bear. Read.
Verse 15. And if thou deal thus with me, kill me.
He said, if you're going to leave me to have to bear it all by myself, then kill me then. Read on.
But hold on. Don't forget in the beginning, this is perfect. In the beginning, what's his name? Moses was sitting back here talking the Most High off the ledge.
Yeah.
Remember? He said, no, don't do that. Don't do that. This is your people. How are you going to look if you kill these people? Moses like, you're right, man. I'll get back. I'll fall back. Now Moses like, man, I can't do this. If you're going to let me deal with these things, I can't handle them no more.
But listen, the Most High was right about what he said, though.
But
The Most High wasn't wrong.
He was right, but it wasn't. Most High couldn't get his glory if he did that.
Yeah.
But now, this is the perfect verse because not too far down the line later, he starts sitting back here and cussing them out.
Yeah, now he's ready to quit.
But this is the precursor to him saying, forget these niggas, man.
Yeah.
Because it's starting to wear on you. This is why the Most High said Moses was the meekest man on earth It took him like 39 years to crack. For a regular person, he's out of there in 5. Yeah. I'm done with y'all niggas, man. Listen, you got. It's your time, Joseph. Spirit is ready for you.
Yeah.
It's your time to take the helm, Joseph. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look,
You keep Joshua. I mean,
Joshua.
Joshua.
No, that's the point. The point is, the point is that the leadership position is not an easy position to carry, because you're gonna be constantly be the blame. Everything's gonna be your fault, and you gotta instill faith in people that don't want to have faith, or that just want to give in and just go live a different culture. They see what the nations are doing. I want what the nations got. I want to live like them. I like the neighbors. And you got to show them, no, the Most High got you. He's trying to make you independent. And then this burden will wear anybody down. So if you're in that position, you can imagine Judas fought like 7 battles in a row, something like that, 7 or 9 battles in a row. And just what war does to you, the PTSD, yeah, just the stress of war. You gotta, and then you win a battle, then you get a little reward, and then you gotta gear your mind back up to go back in battle.
Yeah.
You gotta hype yourself back up. Okay, we gotta do this all over again. And then to come home after all that, that's like being a Vietnam vet and getting spit on when you get back off the plane. You done went through booby traps, landmines, snakes, snake pits, deadfall traps, spiked deadfall pits. You done went through. Then you got Viet Cong shooting at you out of tunnels, and then you get off the plane and get spit on, and they say you're a baby killer. Then you gotta hear this in your mind. You didn't get a hero's welcome. Then you're to blame. You're over there killing babies. Good. This not your fight. Then you can't even get a job. Then you can't get a job, and now you're sitting back like that. What I do all this fighting for? You got home to get demoralized in your own home.
Exactly.
And that's what it feels like here.
God. You good enough?
Yeah.
So listen, that was a perfect verse, but it is showing you all the tension and the stress and the challenging pulls that come from having to reestablish and maintain a spiritual way of doing things around a bunch of people that want to see the worst in things. Listen, one of the major challenges for people that are teaching the book, more important than how perfect we are biblically following the letter of all these high holy days, has to be the fight. And I'm going to say with counsel, because it's one thing to teach people every day, it's another thing to counsel and convince one another to keep loving each other. That's the hardest battle to do, teaching the Bible. We can sit back here and teach history and teach this and this and that. And I'm just going to bring this, whoever the brother is that's bringing up these messages, we can talk about how negative the women are, but the women only follow the men. These wicked women are following materialism because wicked men are following materialism. Men are materialistic. Women are materialistic. Men aren't serving the Most High, so women aren't serving the Most High. And what men don't understand is, if men keep getting negative women in their life, it's because they're negative. The Most High does sit back here and reward men with good women. I understand statistics. Statistics are true to a degree. Statistics only matter in a non-biblical form.
Environment.
If you're dealing with a non-biblical environment, then statistics are 100% true. But if you're dealing in the realm of the Most High and the Father, and a man learns how to obey and serve the Most High the right way, and when a man learns how to submit themselves to the Heavenly Father, and when a man finally learns how to submit to the Heavenly Father, then the Most High rewards him with a submissive woman. A lot of times men want to live the way they want to live. They want to be independent.
Yeah.
They want to be independent of the Heavenly Father. They don't want to. They don't want to sit back here and serve the Father the way He wants to be served. But they want because they believe in the Kevin Samuels theory.
Yeah.
If I am a high value man, I can sit back here and pay this money.
Yeah.
I have this type of job, then I deserve you to respect. Which
is Greek culture. So, can I make one point? Because I'm an expert in this arena right here. This is my expertise. What?
No.
The real issue behind it is that I understand the offensive nature behind our women, in particular Judah, being emotionally and spiritually engineered to be anti-male, anti-quote-unquote black. We get that. We know, we get feminism was instilled in black women since the 50s and 60s. We understand that. It's not uncommon. We understand Willie Lynch. If you want to go into history, use history. Willie Lynch and feminism and the economic warfare against the black family is the result of why we have this back and forth gender war, black cultural destruction in particular. We're dealing with Judah. But that happened because our men, which are the leaders of our household, stopped keeping the commandments and orders of the Most High. When you stop following law, statutes, and commandments, you open the door for idolatry. Feminism, the root of feminism is idolatry. The root of the gender war is still idolatry. The root of the American way is still idolatry. Once you get past all the philosophy and the philosophical element of these new culture movements, every philosophical branch and philosophical element goes back to an idol god. A war in the beginning, the class was mentioning Diana. Princess Diana, or not Princess Diana, but the god's
the Temple of Diana.
The Temple of Diana, Semiramis, Astarte, Semiramis, Diana, and the Indian goddess Ishtar. Those are the root concept and the root ideology behind feminism. It goes back to the worship of the mother goddess. So we get it, bro. But the question is, who wanted to worship the mother goddess? Who allowed it?
We did.
We as men allow and open the door for the worship of the mother goddess. And the mother goddess fed the culture of feminism through government and through just negative culture to our women. And now our women have to be purged of idolatry. Like, we have to be purged of idolatry. We're not innocent, is my point. The point is we're not innocent.
Yeah, we started off in church singing songs to the Lord.
Yeah.
Now we're singing R&B.
Yeah, and what is R&B? R&B is the worship and simping of the feminine principle. It's men that worship, like there's, I'm not gonna get all deep.
Keith Sweat.
Falsetto singing.
Yeah, I don't want to get derogatory, brother. But you have people that worship phallic symbols. They worship the male phallic symbol, and there's cults that worship the female phallic symbol. Do your own research. The male phallic symbol is an object of worship, and the female phallic symbol is an object of worship. And there's many men that bow down and pray to the female phallic symbol. So what am I saying? R&B, sexual culture, it's all a spiritual cult, and it represents the worship of the female genitalia. And that is idolatry. That's what the Bible's talking about. So when we're saying that a wicked was given to a wicked man, we're talking about men that empower the female worship and they deify women on a sexual level. Then the process of that is you get whores in the long run. You get women that can make money off of weak men. Because as much as we get angry about these women out here are whores, who's paying them? There's a lot of guys online.
Are women paying OnlyFans? No, men are paying for OnlyFans.
It's the simps. The simps are destroying the black culture. If you want to be honest, I'm just being real with you. If you want to be honest, it's these guys who are giving these women thousands of dollars and telling them that they're perfect and you ain't got to change, baby, and you're perfect and you're beautiful the way you are. You got to read the Bible and just turn around and be beautiful and you don't let no man tell you. It's men. It's really, I'm going with the fake percentages I give out.
Man, it's
a lot of guys. It's more simps than actual stand-up biblical men. I don't see that many biblical men that stand up on principle. It's more men that tell these women what they want to hear and lie to them and empower them to believe that their body is more important than their spirit. We need to attack the element of men that open the door for this. And listen, if you have an Edomite woman, bro, that's your life, bro. I'm not tripping on you, bro. The focus is we're trying to repair our people out. We're trying to repair our nation. We can't focus on what they want to do because they'll get you too. Don't act like those women. Listen, they're dangerous. They're just as dangerous.
Shannon Sharp, you man.
That's Shannon Sharp found the hard way. He's like, oh my God!
He lost $100 million contract.
He retired her from. She went online and said, "I'm now retired from Owen."
I don't need to do it no more.
And she made money.
She made more money than his career.
I'm saying. So listen. So listen. If you want to flex the snow you have at your house,
and how proud you are because
I'm not mad at you. That's your life, and you're choosing your life. We're trying to teach men that want to be priests and want to rebuild their nation.
I'm gonna go back to the point I said earlier. If you obey the Most High and you please the Most High, then the Most High will send you a black woman who wants to serve you. Or you can go the carnal way, the physical way, and just get what's easy. And that's fine. And there's nothing wicked with that. But it's okay to take the easy route. Or you can take the spiritual route and stay in line with the Heavenly Father, and the Most High please you and bring you a blessing for your obedience. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
People can make whatever choices they want to make. People sit back here and choose an easier path 9 times out of 10. Our job is to teach Israelites not to take the easy path and to do things that please the Heavenly Father. And that's how you know it's a spiritual reward. And that's it. And now we're done talking about.
We're not gonna. The attacking black women is low hanging fruit. Bro.
Yeah,
that's such an easy.
That's very easy.
When are we?
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm not paying child support. Some people might. I'm not. I made the right choice, and it was a reward for my obedience.
If a man's ways please the Most High, make his enemies be.
Because I support. If you made a bad choice, you're gonna be on child support.
Yeah.
If you're living carnal, you're going to choose a carnal woman that puts you on child support. If you're living right by the Heavenly Father, the Most High will send you a woman that won't put you on child support. Nope.
And guess what? And Kevin Samuels was technically poisoned by quote unquote a sister, but guess what? The powers that be didn't like his message. So they operate through our people. Our people are still, the bigger problem is our people are sellouts. That's the bigger problem. Our people will sell out their own people and tear their own people down and sell them drugs, abuse their own family members. That's the bigger problem, bro.
Yeah.
There's a lot of abuse that goes on in these households that we don't talk about. We don't get to talk about this online because, there's some doors we ain't finna open like that, but in private. But there's a lot of abuse that goes on that causes these people to have this negative mindset. We don't deal with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to say this. Smarter, easier. If you look at the definition of smart, a good way to explain smarter is prudence. Yeah. Prudence is about making a decision that's practical and easy. We're talking about making spiritual decisions. It's not about intelligence. It's about making a spiritual choice.
Yeah.
And the scriptures say that we're supposed to choose our own nation.
But also, prudence is not the faithful decision.
Prudence isn't faith, and prudence isn't wisdom.
Yeah.
Prudence is based on just basic intelligence, caution and choosing an easier path that requires less sacrifice and faith. So if people want to make a prudent choice, prudence isn't evil, it's just lesser than wisdom.
Yes.
And we're trying to teach men.
It doesn't equate to the caliber of wisdom.
It's a lower level form of wisdom. So if that's what people choose, that's fine. We're trying to teach people to make a spiritual choice. It's not about intelligence, it's about a spiritual choice. Because a spiritual choice requires faith, requires dedication, requires commitment. So if we teach men to be faithful and work on what's inside of them, then we see them X amount of time down the line, then the Most High sends them people that are a reward based upon their dedication to the Father.
Now this whole class is about Judas Maccabees and the Maccabean dynasty. If you've been watching online, whoever that is, but the rebellion against the Greek culture came from a man, their father Mattathias, not making a smart decision by swallowing pork down his mouth. Because if we take that mentality that this guy just put up right here on this thread, I got to make the smart decision. So that means you would have slapped the swine in your mouth.
So you can live.
So you can live.
That's why I said the issue our people is sellouts. Because our people are looking for the easier, simpler, lighter path, and they want to be emotional.
The comfortable path.
Men want to obsess about emotion, and they want to obsess and look at other men, and that's the spirit of man pleasing. I'm looking at men. I'm not getting. We read about maybe 3 hours of scriptures and biblical information, and all I'm focusing on is men. That's what the woman's job is. Yep. The woman's job is to focus on what her man ain't doing. She's like a sparring partner to point out your weaknesses. We're not as men supposed to play that game where we're looking at other men all day and analyzing. Well, I don't like his beard's too long, and I don't like his bicep, and I don't like how much bass he has in his voice. And I disagree with you, brother. I disagree with your opinion. Our job is to get the viable information from the Bible and apply it for the betterment of our people. If you're not doing that, then you're operating as an enemy combatant to our people. And most of our people are enemies to ourselves.
And he's not following along the class.
And can I say this?
Yeah.
Israelites, there's a lot of Israelites that have flaws, but there's a lot of church people that have flaws. How many gay scandals are in the church? How many pedophilia scandals are in the Roman Catholic Church? So there's flaws across the board. So everybody can point out leaders that are flawed. What our job is to do is to try to inspire one another to be the best version of ourselves. The best version, not just the easiest version. Nobody's judging. If brothers and people want to make the choices they want to make, cool. Our number one responsibility is to develop our flock. Now, in developing our flock, the people that we're responsible for, we're going to push them to operate beyond prudence, above prudence, and teach them how to apply wisdom, and then teach them how to apply self-restraint and discipline as much as possible. So the Most High will reward them with a higher caliber blessing. Yeah. Now, whoever listens online, if they agree, cool. If they don't, it's cool too.
And obviously a guilty conscience made you put that up anyway. Why would somebody in a class topic that's not even dealing with a choice of your relationship, why would that even come out? That's somebody that's dealing with a guilty conscience. So deep down inside, you're not really happy about that decision you made anyway.
Nope.
Because you're trying to protect that decision.
To justify
the decision. So your conscience eating you up. Yeah. That's not even the topic today.
The topic wasn't about how messed up these bras are today.
Right.
Let me sit back and go over the topic how evil these women is. That's not the topic.
It's low hanging fruit.
Right. That's an easy topic. Right. That's like saying, how come the black man is so degenerate? Why are we selling drugs to our people?
Easy topic.
It's easy. Let's talk about how bad folks is. That's easy. Yeah. To talk about how sick people are.
Right. That's obvious.
Let's try to teach sick people how to be better than that. Let's try to teach sick men that are Israelites how to be better than just degenerate and sick. Because if we can teach men how to raise the standard, then they would demand a standard out of their women. What people don't understand is the women in every culture are a reflection of how degenerative the men are. That is a fact, and there is no getting around that. If we can teach and inspire our men to raise up their expectations, you gonna tell me women won't eventually follow? But as long as there's a trick out there, guess what? There's money to be made.
There's options.
Yeah, and she's like, "You're beautiful just the way you are, baby. You don't have to change.
You are amazing.
Don't change. You sang for 30 years. Don't change. Yeah. Don't change. Don't do nothing. You told them for 30 years they gotta change, and now all of a sudden this guy comes out named Kevin Samuels, which I watched the show too. That's why I know this information. I watched the show, and then he started talking about you have to buy into society. And you have to play the game with the Greeks, and then he died. He was talking about you having to blend in and be corporate because he came from a corporate background. The problem, whenever the black man goes corporate, we tap into Greek fraternities, which is idolatry. We always go into the Greeks and idolatry. This is what the class is about. The class is about so-called Negroes and the rest of the brown tribes converting to Greek culture and losing our connection with God for gain, supposing gain was godliness, and we're going to the temptation of what point do you get tempted to what, man? Now let me go ahead and cross the line to get a personal benefit.
We're done with this.
I'm done. But
The whole point is this.
Yeah.
Well, the class topic where we were going into was all the constant fight that Israelites have to fight to keep up the standard.
Yes.
And to keep Israel focused on what's important. Like we literally got sucked into what we were talking about in the verse.
Yeah.
And the literal fight that it takes. And the work it takes to continue Israel on the path of growth. And how painstaking it is and how weary it is to deal with the perils of your own countrymen. Perils are dangers, but dangers are also distractions.
Yes.
Listen, Judas has to make sure he's not distracted. He has to sit back here and fight the wars in Jerusalem, and then with one eye, look out for Gorgias and Nicanor and Lysias, because they can sit back here and come anytime. Also, what we're about to read is they're in the 7th year of the land being worked on. So for 6 years, you're working. They're in that 7th year, so there's little to no harvest.
This is the question.
So now what's happening is this: there's little to no harvest. On the back of his mind, he's like, "Damn, if they come and siege us now, we're going to be in trouble."
Yeah, you're already short.
You're short, and you got to wait till this next year's crop to get back on top. So while you're waiting, the resources you have now are small and they're little. So now you got to worry about how many resources you have to get you through this next few weeks and months.
Yeah.
If we get besieged, I have to train new men. I got to keep them sharp. I have this faction in Accra, the Citadel, where they're now sitting back here and putting pressure on the people. He's getting pulled 1,000 different directions.
Said Menelaus is still alive.
Menelaus is this evil crime boss that is making life difficult. Making life difficult for all the Israelites inside the city. There's just 1,000 distractions going on. And his job is to keep everything together and to push aside the distractions. So that's what we're going to do too.
So my question
but that's you're dealing with people's opinions. You're dealing with people's perspective, opinions, and choices. They don't agree.
Yeah.
And so when you have people that don't agree, to get everybody to agree is very difficult. It's hard to get a husband and wife on the same page. It's hard to get a husband, wife, and children on the same page.
Yep.
It's hard to get a neighborhood in the same page, a community in the same page, a church in the same page. It's very difficult. I just want to bring that out.
Yeah.
Go ahead, David.
and that's why my question was this. If you're dealing with the 7th year, this is a real question. All right.
And I'm going to say this. I just want to say one thing. We don't do this for thumbs up. We don't do this for views.
Yeah.
So if people are here or they're not here, it doesn't matter. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. Nobody's begging anybody to listen to this show.
Yeah.
Nobody's sitting back here saying, "Hey, man, click the like button,
please
like and subscribe." I can give 2 shits if you subscribe, and I can give 2 shits if you sit back here and keep watching. Whoever wants to listen can listen. If you don't, you can kick rocks. Like, you can go back to Tazariak or any other show you want to watch. It don't matter. We're not teaching for people who want to gainsay. We're not teaching for people who don't agree. There's a lot of people that don't agree.
Yeah.
And you don't see me sitting back here losing any sleep on lost viewership. Because it's not about that. The people that the Most High wants us to touch, we're going to touch. People that don't, he's not going to touch. And that's it.
And also, there's different administrations in the body anyway.
Come on.
Tazariak, whatever he does, and the way the Most High is using him as a vessel to spread the gospel, you can't do nothing against the truth before the truth. So let the Most High use Tazariak. Let the Most High use us. Let the Most High use GOCC, IUIC. Let the Most High use them as instruments however he's going to use
Because
it.
I can tell you this: there's a lot of Israelites and a lot of shows online that talk about how bad these women's is. There's a lot of shows on about to talk about that. There's a lot of them.
It's oversaturated.
Listen, feel free to go find them.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Listen, a lot of people came in after Kevin Samuels died and filled that vacuum.
Yeah.
All you do is look up. They'll be there. There's plenty of that.
They just imitated what he did.
And my thing is, why does everybody got to talk about that topic? We got to get pigeonholed to talk about this topic because Tazariak did it.
Listen,
We got to do it.
we were teaching the history before this happened.
Con.
We would teach the history after this happened.
Con.
Josephus has been around for how many thousands of years now? Josephus has been around for 70 AD. All right, he's been around for a minute. We're teaching out the Bible, which is 4,000 years old, and the Josephus, which is about since 70 AD. So we're gonna stick that
But
platform.
my thing
right?
is, we're not doing it for money. That's the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
You might be. You got guys that were doing it. You have guys that were Israelites that were teaching or that were getting paid to counsel. We counsel for free. We teach for free. Because when you sit back here and make it about money, now you're a slave to the money. Now you serve the money,
And you can be compromised.
and you'll be compromised now for the money. You know, the way to make the message pure is to do it for free.
No monetized. We're not monetized.
And that's the point. It's not about money. It's about making sure the message is as pure as possible. So that's why we don't care who listens or not. Most High will send people who want to listen for the purity of the reason. If not, they won't.
He said, Christ said, my sheep hear my voice.
God,
If-
how about this? When Christ died, he had 120 viewers.
Follow. Mm-hmm.
Viewers and followers. Christ had 120 thumbs up when he died. And you think he was sitting back here tripping on the cross about how he only had 120 people following him? You think he cared about that? No, he didn't. So if the greatest example in the world had 120 subscribers, why should I worry about the small amount of subscribers we got? It lets you know people with the most subscribers are the ones that are not dealing with the most potent message around. Because the greatest men were hated the most. Anyway.
Well.
So, let's get it.
Yeah.
Majim.
Bahawaraka, Shal Shabata, Bana Shah, Bayan Sha'ala. Yahweh Shem Yashabata.
All right. So we're at 2 Corinthians. Matter of fact, let me see. Read verse 30. No. Keep going to verse 26 from the top. 2 Corinthians 11 and 26.
2 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 26. In journeyings often, in perils of waters, in perils of robbers.
And you would think, because he's doing the right thing,
Yes.
you would think it would be an easier path.
Yep.
That's the religious belief and culture that
Yep.
people have in their mind.
Yep.
Hey, it happened to me when I was first getting the truth. I'm like, man, I'm serving Christ. How come I don't have a Bentley yet? I think we'll have a
I'm a
Maybach.
king. I'm a king.
I deserve a Maybach. I'm reading. I'm teaching the Bible. I deserve everything free in my life. The Most High is going to purge you with challenges to maintain, to make sure your message is pure and your motivations are pure, like He did Paul,
God.
like He did Moses.
God.
Keep reading.
Let's continue.
In perils by my own countrymen.
He says, you know you're close to Christ when your own people hate you. That's how you know you're close to Christ. When your own people are agreeing with you, that's how you know that you're disconnected.
Right, because the scripture says the world loveth their own.
God.
So if you was loved by the world recognizes their own. They're attracted to their own.
God.
But you will be despised when you follow Christ. The closer you get.
God. So this is what's happening with Paul, and what Paul is explaining in this chapter ties in, or very similar to what Judas is experiencing. He has perils with brothers, his own countrymen.
Multiple factions.
He's sitting back here fighting the Greeks and simultaneously fighting the Jews at the same time, pushing the Greek culture. And the problem is this is what we're fighting as Israelites. We're sitting back here fighting our natural enemies. Then we're fighting Israelites who want to think like American culture.
Or just have different methods.
Or the idea of cream, cashews, everything around me. That is a mindset that our people got.
Yep.
And you got to sit back here and help disarm that to help teach people that it's about
Principles of morals.
pursuing spiritual morals and spiritual principles to please Heavenly Father.
Which are virtues.
Those are the wars and battles that we're going to war with our people. Trying to convince them it's not about the money. It's not about coming up. We're supposed to be a highly spiritual man, not this high value man. This bow tie nigga walking the streets, thinking he's spiritual, thinking he's put together. Read on.
In perils by the heathen.
Mm-hmm. So now you got battles and wars, foreign and domestic.
Yep.
Just like what's happening with the brother, Judas. He's got foreign wars in Galilee and in Gilead. Then he's got wars with this faction of Jews that are Hellenized in Accra, in the citadel in Accra. Read on.
In perils in the city. In perils in the wilderness. In perils in the sea. In perils among false brethren.
There's constantly perils all around the world. There's perils amongst false brethren. And my thing is, listen, and this is why we don't deal with people who don't want to deal in the Bible. Because we're not a religion. Are we a religion? Last time I read, we're not a religion. We're teaching the Bible. So when people say I don't follow religion, neither do we.
We don't either.
We follow the Bible. So if you're saying this is why I don't follow the Bible, then you should get off the phone. You should get off the damn internet. Not listen to us, because we teach the Bible.
Bible teachers.
There's cartoons.
We don't teach religion.
There's cartoons you can watch.
Yeah, there's cartoons, there's television shows, there's a whole, there's infographic shows, there's myriads of things you can tap into.
Yeah.
But we're not a religion, we teach the Bible.
Go on the fishing channel.
Exactly. Or you can watch football players.
Yeah.
Play football. There's a lot of mindless entertainment.
Wide
you can tap
receivers out
into.
there just doing their thing.
Listen,
Yeah.
or you can get ready for fantasy football because the season's coming up.
Get your jersey up.
You get your fantasy football, get like 3 or 4 leagues, tap in.
Yeah.
Make this happen.
Listen, get on the internet and get the gamer universe out. That gamer universe.
You can do whatever you want to do, but we teach the Bible. I don't understand why people that don't care about the Bible are listening to people that are teaching the Bible. It would seem like it's a waste of energy. I guess not. I guess it's not a waste of energy.
It's not a waste of energy.
I guess it's riveting television.
Because I like the Bible.
Okay.
So you're saying that Paul went through these different journeys.
No,
his lifestyle paralleled Judas Maccabees who was before him.
So there's perils everywhere. In Paul's administration, there's perils everywhere. And there's perils everywhere that Judas is dealing with.
Yeah.
False brothers, countrymen issues. It's nothing but issues going around that Judas is facing and what Paul is facing.
Yeah.
Now, read verse 30.
Verse 30. If I must needs glory, I will glory of the things which concern mine infirmities.
Now, this is the situation. What Paul is explaining in verse 30 is how to deal with the pressure. Because we've been going into all these wars that Judas Maccabees had, and it was literally for 3 or 4 years of non-stop wars and issues that he's trying to go through in reestablishing Israel, right? He's going through all these issues reestablishing Israel, and it's non-stop. But with all the pressures and the responsibilities and the stress, the way you get through it is to understand that this is what gives your glory. This is what you hang your hat on. This is where you find your pride in. You pride in the fact of all the things you got to suffer to keep this word going. You're supposed to pride in the fact of everything you have to suffer, all the discomfort, all the sacrifice you bring to the table is what you should be proud of.
That's your glory as a man.
Your glory as
Christ.
a man should be in how much you sacrifice what's convenient for you for the Heavenly Father.
If we can read this too, Romans chapter 15, verse 1 through 3. Just on this point. The reason why Paul's saying this because he understands something. Read that, Dawon.
Romans chapter 15, verse 1. We then that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak.
It says, so that once you learn how to bear your infirmities, then you and glory in your infirmities, then you can help somebody else. Because your infirmities are not the things that pull you out of the right mind frame. They don't pull you away from the Heavenly Father. Most infirmities push people away from God. Most suffering make people say, this is why I don't believe in God, because if God did this, then how come he let this happen to me? Or how come that happened to me? Or why would he let so much horrible things happen? So if you don't glory in your infirmities, you look at the situation the wrong way. But once you can glory in your infirmities, you don't have a negative outlook towards the things that you have to endure. Then you're able to also help sustain other people that have infirmities. He says, and ye that are strong, do what?
Ought to bear the infirmities of the weak.
So, read on.
And not to please ourselves.
Because you know that it's not about me. The reason you can glory in your infirmities is because it doesn't matter what happens to me. I'm going to still focus on the Most High in Christ, regardless of the things that I have to suffer. Whatever I have to go through, that's just part of the belief. That's just part of the walk of faith. So you can help aid other people in that direction. Read on.
Mm-hmm. Let every one of us please his neighbor.
Because I eliminate myself and what I'm going through out of the picture, and I channel my mind and my energy to helping my neighbor, lifting up the next man. It's about helping you get through your infirmities, through your problems, through your issues, through your weaknesses and your sicknesses. Read on.
Let every one of us please his neighbor for his good,
for his
edification.
For the neighbor's good, for his good to edification. Meaning, it's not about me and what I've suffered. I'm okay with what I've been through. Oh, wow. Now it's about I'm going to help you overcome whatever you're going through, and that's the mind frame we should all be in. Let me elevate my neighbor. Let me elevate my brothers and sisters. Let me lift them up out of the condition that they're in. Read on.
For even Christ pleased not himself.
Because where did Paul get this mind frame from? He got it from Christ. Paul got the mind frame of not being bothered by what conditions you have to go through, but elevating putting the needs of the next person over you. That's where Paul got this mind frame from. He got it from Christ. Read on.
But as it is written, the reproaches of them that reproach thee fell on me.
And that writing was about Christ. Christ understood is that the offenses that our people did, it was up to Christ to bear those offenses. Read on.
For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning.
But Paul understands this also. Just like it was Christ's turn to bear the infirmities of our sicknesses and our weaknesses, Paul said, man, it's my turn to bear the infirmities of my people. He said it's my turn just like Christ had his turn. Now we're supposed to be taking this information and stepping up to the plate. As a leader of our people, who's willing to bear the infirmities of your people? Who's willing to suffer the ill outlooks and the sicknesses of your people? Because that was the mind frame of Christ. That's why Paul said, I'm a glory in these infirmities because I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. I'm doing this because it's not about me. It's about the people that need my help. It's about people that need my assistance. And that's why Paul had no problem with his infirmities. Let that go and go back to 2 Corinthians chapter 11.
Okay, you done with that?
God.
Okay, so listen, read verse 30.
2 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 30. If I must needs glory, I will glory of the things which concern my infirmities.
That's what you glory in. You glory in what you lost for the next man. What you lose for the next man.
Yep.
What you were in, how you were inconvenienced, and how somebody else benefits because of what you've lost.
And that's where your glory verse, I can't think of it. It's another verse where he talks about using these infirmities as bait to gain members in the church. I just can't think of it right now. But go ahead.
Yes, I was for your sake.
What I think is
I was defrauded for your sake.
Yeah, something like that.
It's actually chapter 12. But I don't want to go into it too much. It's almost like verse 11 down in chapter 12. It goes into that glory. Because he talks about glorying again in chapter 12. And it goes into that. It goes into, I think it's 12. I think it's 12. But let's get back to the topic now. I think it's 12 verse 11 down. It kind of goes into that. But let's go 1 Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 19. First Maccabees chapter 6, verse 19, Thawam. You ready?
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 19. Wherefore Judas, purposing to destroy them, called all the people together to besiege them.
You know what he was realizing? Hopefully, he was hoping that as long as the temple was open and the people were able to serve the Most High, do the work of the Most High, the priests were able to do their priestly scenario, maybe he wouldn't have to go to war with Menelaus. Maybe Menelaus and his faction can just stay where they're at, like this map we're showing you.
Yeah.
This was Judas's thinking. Maybe we can let these guys in that citadel of Acre just be about their own business. The rest of people can sit back and freely serve the Most High, and we don't have to go to war. This was the hope. But when the people of Acre, the people in the citadel of Acre,
right in front of that wall,
which was Menelaus, which is that large building that was before the temple, if they want to keep creating problems, now we got to kill them. It was almost like Judas was like, I don't want to kill my own people.
Yeah.
Even though they're wrong and they're rolling like Hellenists and rolling like Greeks, why do I need to kill them? But now, how Menelaus, the high priest, and these guys are moving, he has no choice but to move on them now.
Yeah, they're forcing his hand.
You can tell Judas didn't want to do it. He's like, now I got to kill him. Now I got to wipe out these dudes in the citadel. And it's almost like Israel takes your kindness for weakness. Israel sits back here and sees you sustain restraint. And they'll take your restraint like you're weak.
Yeah.
Menelaus and all those men that were pro-Hellenists, they took Judas's patience and his mercy and the fact that he didn't move on them as Judas was being weak. And when Menelaus made his move on the followers and wanted to tap into Hebrewism again, then he got to sit back and say, okay, you think I'm a weak pushover. You don't think I'll move on you. So now Judas has to move on these rebels because they're not allowing Israel to cohabitate and serve the Most High freely.
Yeah.
So now Judas got to move on. You can see he didn't want to do it because they've been there the whole time.
Yep.
They've been there in Acre they just didn't build this citadel overnight.
It wasn't
that
overnight.
thing had been built since Jason was in power 5-7 years before. You're going to read a little bit. They said Menelaus was in power for 10 years. So if Menelaus was in power for 10 years, Jason built it up. This is a 12-year-old building.
Wow.
So Judas is sitting back here saying, damn, all I want to do is make sure the temple is open for Israel who wants to serve the Most High. That was his thinking.
But it's just like when you let the Tobiats into the temple, when we let them in the temple and had that suite right in the temple, It was hard to get that out.
And that's the point. And this is why I won't even want to say this, but this is why you almost got to sit back and completely eradicate these oppositional dudes. Because how else were the Jews going to be able to just serve the Most High in peace? There was no way. So Jews got to get extreme and go to war and eradicate their own people who aren't even letting the Israelites serve the Most High the way that they were created to be.
And
They can't even go into the temple.
I know. Because they're establishing intimidation tactics to not let Israel just go and serve the Most High.
Mm.
So now they're forcing Judas' hand to be extreme and be a killer. And what you're going to read in a bit is that this reaction that Judas has to do to defend their people spawns another reaction from the Menelaus camp. They're going to sit back here and go cry to the new emperor about how Judas is killing their people. But you're the one who forced you to say in the first place by beating up one of the people and not letting them serve the Most High.
I missed that point you said. You said
what I said is this. What you're going to realize is after Judas kills a lot of the people in the citadel in Acre, the remaining people flee. I showed you that there's a gate right next to it.
Yeah.
There's gates right next to the citadel. Yeah. They escape and they go run to Antioch and they cry to Antiochus Jupiter. Mm. And they say, listen, Judas is killing our guys unfairly. But was it unfairly?
No.
Or were you intimidating the people that wanted to go get taught? So this thing escalates worse and worse and worse, and that brings the largest military group down in the history of this war.
Wow. Okay.
But was it Jupiter, or was it these sellout niggas that just didn't want to sit back and bend and adjust from their lifestyle?
That's the root of the problem.
It goes back to perils from your own countrymen and the perils of dealing with false brethren. It always goes back to that. We can blame the white man all we want. It's the envy and the covetousness of our people that destroy us.
You know, he said, taste not, touch not, handle not, for they are perish with the using.
So
but you get a taste of Greek culture, you touch Greek culture, you know, you handle Greek culture, and now you can't let it go.
Wow.
Now it's ingrained in you. Now you got to convince our people to dispatch from the Greek mindset, and they don't want to let it go. They got it's in them too much. It's like that American mind frame. It's so ingrained in our people. We wouldn't know how to detach from it. The conveniences of what America brings.
Like the Egyptian mentality.
Like the Egyptian mentality.
Like the Babylonian mentality.
We missed the fish.
Yeah, and the leeks.
Yeah,
the leeks. And the onions. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to leave Egypt.
Yeah.
But
we want to complain about the Egyptians, but then we don't want to leave.
But we don't want to leave.
Yeah.
Because it's too familiar.
We want to complain about the Greeks. Because we were having protests against the Greeks in that time period.
Yep.
But guess what? You don't want to leave, though.
Yep. And that's the point. And our hatred, and our lack of an ability to come together, is how we fell even back then, and how more people died because we couldn't stop being selfish. And that's how you know we're the Jew, because the people that proclaim themselves as Jews are all united, and they are a united front
globally.
And you're not going to see them ever not back each other in nation.
All the pedophiles over here in America run to Israel.
Done.
And they get hidden.
Done.
And they don't get extradited.
Listen, and then the Amalekites that were kicked out of Germany came and got a home with the Amalekites in America. They're all together and they protect each other. That's how you know they're not God's chosen people. Because God's chosen people hate each other. God's chosen people have constant different factions that are rising up one towards another. This is why there's no one Israelite group that's unified. Because that is a telltale sign that you're dealing with the Jews. Because one faction is fighting against another faction. Another faction is fighting against another faction. Remember, before Israel fell in 70 AD, you had your Essenes, you had your Pharisees, you had your Sadducees, you had your Zealots. You had all kind of different factions.
Essenes,
You had 4 or 5 factions of Jews. And they couldn't come together back then.
Yeah.
It's like you got multiple factions of Jews now. Because they can't come together, and Israel ain't going to just submit to the Bible for the great purpose.
But even on a tribalistic level, you have 500 nations.
Yeah.
In the Americas.
In America, 500 Native American nations. 500 nations. 500. That's how you know that the Native Americans were the Jews. Because they had enough pride to split up the nation in 500 groups. And you think it was different in Mexico?
No.
They weren't united in Mexico either. They were united in South America. That's how you know we're the Jews. Because we can't come together. Because there's too much pride and there's too much ego. Hell, there's even pride and ego in a Christian church. How many denominations are there? AME, first AME, second AME.
There's 400,000 different, 400 sects of Christianity.
So my thing is this: whether it's the Jew or it's Black Christian church, it's all divided. It ain't just the Black Hebrew Israelites that are divided. Everybody's divided. You think it's just the Jew that's divided? Please.
Yeah.
You got niggas want to be Republicans. Niggas want to be Democrats. Liberal Jews. Conservative Jews.
Yeah.
There's a lack of unity everywhere.
You got GD's vice lords.
That's what I'm saying. B's and C's? What are you talking about, huh?
What's new in America?
Grape Street, 18th Street. What's going on? They ever block you on Crenshaw Mafia?
Another American gangster.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lack of unity everywhere you go.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the Israelites that are not that are scattered.
Right.
The curse, we're going to be scattered everywhere.
Yeah.
You
In every
know,
arena.
because we don't know how to love each other.
Yeah.
And we're scattered here in Jerusalem.
Which is
You
crazy.
got the Hellenistic Jews and the Israelites who want to keep the old way that the Most High said we were supposed to live. So now, the Hellenistic Jews are going to bring 120, eventually, while they're complaining and crying, are going to bring 120,000 plus soldiers down to Jerusalem to wipe us out. Because of, not to Jerusalem, to Beth-Zechariah. We'll keep going.
19 again?
Yeah, let's do 19.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 19. Wherefore Judas, purposing to destroy them, called all the people together to besiege them. So they came together and besieged them in the 105th year, 15th year.
50th year. Read verse 20 again.
Okay. So they came together.
That means Judas and his men, the 8,000 men he had, they're coming together. They're going to besiege this citadel, Acra. Read on.
So they came together and besieged them in the 150th year, and he made mounts for shot against them, and other engines.
So he sat back here. They're having to sit back here and create engines of war to break down this citadel, because obviously this citadel is heavily armored.
Now, you said engines. What's about
like pulley systems, catapults, pulley systems, where they can sit back and start breaking down the walls of this citadel. That's what it takes. You got to sit back and create all these engines of war to break down the walls, so the walls will collapse, and you go into the citadel, and you can sit.
Now
back
the
here and
Romans
war.
were more proficient than the Greeks were at this. The Greeks were,
Yeah, but this is the black man doing it. So this is a black man trying to sit back here and put these engines of war together, right? So you know it's like I'm not gonna knock it. As the black man was making engines of war. So however proficient or skilled it was, I don't know what it was. We had to break down citadels in our own city to break down the walls of this citadel in Acre.
Well, a lot of us weren't most of us the majority of the Greek and Roman army anyway.
Well, no.
A lot of them recruited us to war.
No. We had a small faction of Israelites that never gave into the Greek way.
Yeah.
So we might have sat back here and how Israel do that. When we won certain wars, we would sit back here and take some of the spoils of war.
Yeah.
So we'd sit back here, take some of the spoils. We'd sit back and take a little machine and reverse engineer it. Yeah. In other words, I'm going to unscrew this, unscrew that, see how this works.
Yeah.
It's the pulley, that's a pulley system right there. All you got to do is get the wood over here, and then the chop over here, and break it together. You're going to make it right.
But King Uzziah had built catapult systems and engines of war.
He did.
So we already had that technology of knowing how to build it. Back with King Uzziah, he was very prominent and skilled at building all these things.
Yes, towers and pulley systems.
Yeah, it said that he had
engines.
Engines, yeah, he created engines.
Yes, and engines is a mechanical system with wood. So whether it was the old way or it was more upgraded Greek approaches, they took a lot of the military items from the spoils of war. That's part of the spoils of war.
Yeah.
So they might have used some of the engines they had from the Greeks, or they created their own off of what they took from.
It's like when Gad got the rifles.
They
started using rifles in warfare.
Riding with the horses.
Yeah.
So that's the point. What was you gonna say?
That's why in certain combat and expert, it always say you to know the rifle, you gotta break it down and study it ins and outs. So if you get there, artillery, and there ammunition, you get to study. Say, okay, how can I advance what we got our moderate?
That's what happens in modern warfare.
Yeah.
They're doing the same thing in modern warfare. They're trying to break down these Kinzhal missiles. And try to reverse engineer how the Russians are making these missiles that are so fast and so efficient.
Hypersonic missiles.
Hypersonic missiles. So that's what they're trying to do. They're called Kinzhals. Kinzhal hypersonics.
Oh.
So this is what's happening all around the world from the beginning of time. So they're sitting back here creating these engines of war. They're trying to break down this citadel, trying to open it up, get in the citadel, and go to war and break down, overthrow these guys that are led by Menelaus. Where verse we at?
Verse 21.
Read on.
Howbeit, certain of them that were besieged got forth, unto whom some ungodly men of Israel joined themselves.
So what they did, what never changes historically? You're going to have certain people that stand on spiritual principle. Then you're going to have certain men that don't stand on certain spiritual principle, and they're going to push for their way of life. This is why, we don't mind people sitting back here speaking their mind, because you're going to always have people that do what they want to do.
Yep.
That sit back here and choose their flesh over being spiritual. From the beginning of time, what the Greek Hellenistic movement was really focused on how philosophy and intelligence trumps spirituality.
Yep. That was the push.
That was the push. Intelligence and philosophy trumps spirituality. That's why so many black people today, they put more of a focus on intelligence,
education,
and philosophy and common sense over learning how to cleave and support the Most High. So a lot of the black intellectuals that you come across with really just cleave to the white man's way of thinking versus cleaving to a spiritual way of thinking. And this is why the Greeks, when it was Ptolemy Philometor or Philadelphus, needed a separate book of understanding to understand the Bible.
True.
And this is why a lot of our people don't see the significance in the Bible, because they're just written with philosophy and comedic knowledge.
Which is bullshit.
It's kinetic philosophy.
Yeah.
Comedic philosophy, they feel trumps serving the Heavenly Father.
Yeah.
Because they're detached to the mechanism, the spiritual mechanism the Most High gave us to connect to Him. And we chose philosophy, Greek philosophy. This is where that whole comedic knowledge connects as a fusion of Egyptian idolatry with Greek philosophy.
Yeah.
That is what comedic knowledge is. But it's Greek philosophy and Egyptian idolatry fused together. And then the black man wants to take Egyptian knowledge and philosophy and Egyptian philosophy and make it the black man's knowledge.
Okay, can I this point though? But when you look at the root of comedic philosophy, it's really, I'm not trying to be overboard. It's a
lot of homosexuality.
It's a homosexual religion.
It is.
If you want to be religious,
yeah.
Egyptian philosophy, the root of Egyptian philosophy, you gotta study the mythology. And the mythology of Egyptian philosophy is about this one man saw another man's rear parts and he wanted it really bad. This is the mythology.
That's comedic knowledge.
Yeah. He wanted his rear parts so badly that he went to his mother. And his mother told him to take the rear part. And so what he did was he took the rear part, he was killed, and then they cut off his phallus, they cut off his rod because he took the male part. So he cut off his rod, and then the woman, goddess, found the rod, and she sewed the rod back on him. And that was how she healed in the mythology. So the mythology is about two men. One man wanted another man's rear part.
Yeah, look, Felice Johnson, huh?
Yeah, one man was Felice Johnson, lost his rod in the process, and from that point, it became a philosophy behind it. And then when you look at the Metu Neter means emission of God. And the Egyptians believed that the world was created through ejaculation. That's Egyptian philosophy. The world was created through ejaculation. So when you look at the philosophy of the Egyptians and the Kemetic philosophy, it is a romanticization of homosexual theory. And that's why the Romans took it. That's why the Greeks took it. They say, I can use this. This book's so very interesting. Yeah. And they put their glasses on and they were looking at how the culture in even the early Greek kings, like
Ptolemy Philadelphus,
believed
in incest.
Yes.
But that was an Egyptian philosophy. Yes. Incest was an Egyptian philosophy.
Yeah.
And they took it upon themselves to reproduce it.
Because in the mythology, the boy slept with his mother. He married his mother. The son married the mother. So the root of Kemetic philosophy is incest and pansexuality.
Yeah.
So that's why I separated the Hebrew culture from the Egyptian culture.
Yep.
Because it was unclean.
Yep.
And so now, if you support that philosophy, because you look at other philosophies that go with that conscious movement.
Canaanites do it too.
The Canaanites do it too. But there was a guy named Malachi Z. York. and he pushed, what was that cult? I met him in Atlanta.
Nuwabianism.
Yeah, well, I was in Atlanta, Georgia. They were Nuwabians, and they say you become a man. You become a man. This is their points of law on paper. You become a man when you have your first emission. They say it doesn't matter how you get it. It don't matter how you get it, as long as you get it. So it could be with a dog, a cat, a rat, a orangutan, a poodle, an elephant, a woman, a man, a child. As long as you have that emission, that's what makes you a man. That's their ideal of masculinity.
Right. And that Nuwabianism, that dude is proven to be a pedophile.
On paper. On paper. He had schools in New York.
Yeah, Polite had his daughter.
Yeah, exactly. Because Polite is the second coming of Malachi York, which was a pedophile. So these are men.
And a lot of his children went to Atlanta.
Exactly. His children went from they went from New York.
New York to Atlanta.
To Atlanta. And that's why you have this line of Egyptian culture and philosophy blended with incest because and pedestry, which is
and sexual deviancy
and sexual deviance and child love, because that's the root of what you believe in.
Got it.
When you
So
support,
what good is all the technical advancements that the white man has pushed over the years, which he has, and the Most High has blessed him with that?
yes,
What good is all the technological improvements when the spiritual aspect of society has gone in the dumps? So for all the technocrats out there and pushing technology, where is the moral dignity came in the world? Listen, all the technology went high, and that's why the black woman is so messed up.
exactly.
How about that? Your complaint about the black woman goes hand in hand with technological advancements
And Greek culture.
and Greek culture. So yeah, all the technological improvements have made the life more comfortable while destroying people's spirits along for the ride.
Yeah. That's why the Bible says Babylonian is the home of confusion.
God.
Confusion. The confusion of faces. Everybody's mad about this, mad about that. But the root of all the problems is a lack of Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah.
And that's why America is putting the Ten Commandments back in the classroom. They said, oh, we messed up.
Yeah.
We messed up. We got to put the commandments back in the classroom.
Yeah.
Because these kids aren't even fit for war. They can't even fight a battle.
Mm-hmm.
They can't even throw hands.
They're feminine.
They're too effeminate to fight these Russians. Let's put the Ten Commandments back on the wall. That's what it all goes back to. As I said, our people will always be destroyed for lack of knowledge. Remember, you lack knowledge because you what?
Reject
You
knowledge.
reject knowledge. So at the end of the day, when Russia comes, China comes, and all the other nations are coming, who's going to get destroyed? Those that reject knowledge. So this is why if we're just reading this Bible and serving the Most High because we want to be protected and saved, either physically or spiritually.
God.
Because this Greek culture can't last forever. The Roman culture didn't last forever. The Babylonian culture didn't last forever. Then the Egyptian culture didn't last forever.
Yeah.
All these cultures didn't last.
Listen, first of all,
Raider Nation ain't gonna last, fella.
Raider Nation. The Cowboy Nation didn't
Cowboy
last.
Nation ain't gonna last. They can't get back in.
Yeah, I like the Cowboys, man. I'm a Cowboy fan. They never gonna win another championship.
I'm gonna say this. You know what I'm saying? You know what's gonna be funny? You know what's gonna be funny? When the dollar means nothing in a very short period of time, and there's wars and rumors of wars, everybody who was talking Malachi York, everybody that was talking Anunnaki,
Yeah.
everybody was talking Kemet, what are they going to be saying when there's no money, no food? And we praying to Kemet? You're going to be praying to the Most High all of a sudden.
When you're
all of a sudden, the Most High is going to matter when all these luxuries and comforts, the AC don't blow cold no more. HEB, you can't go to the grocery stores no more. Albertsons, Ralph's, wherever you are in the world. Food Lion, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Winn-Dixie.
Yep.
When all these spots shut down, please just keep praying to Kemet and see what Kemet does for you.
Pray for
Pray to
us.
those Anunnaki giants. Pray to Marduk. Pray to all those guys.
We get in a car accident. Say, Osiris, help!
Oh shit, Osiris, bless me! Come through for me, Osiris!
I'm on fire! Osiris!
Semiramis, come through!
Damn, I'm on fire!
God, help me!
No, you can be praying the white man to come save you and say, pull me with the jaws of life. Pull the jaws of life.
God.
Thank God you came through.
Yes. This is what people are going to do. Everybody talking this Kemet knowledge. Let's see what happens when everything collapses. And see if they still holding strong on that Kemet. Or they're going to hold strong on the Most High. Then when you go back to the Most High, what's he going to tell you? I never knew you.
That's the root of
I
life.
never knew you. Because that's what's going to happen. So hold strong on it. And hold strong all the way. Because if you flip-flop in the end, you think the Most High going to sit back here and consider that? You want to flip-flop now when it's inconvenient and you got to do it?
He said, "Be ye hot or cold, man."
Then be all the way cold. And then when things go bad, live with commit.
Yeah.
Or be the Black Moore science dude. Listen, wear the fez at the end.
Yeah.
Rock that fez when everything falls apart.
Listen, I can respect Biggie because he said when I die, I want to go to hell. It ain't hard to tell. He was honest.
He accepted it.
He wasn't this fake. I want to go to heaven. I want salvation.
That was like Diddy said that.
But I want to live my life. Be real and accept your fate. Then.
I'm not going with the goody goodies, Zach.
Yeah.
Just drop some ice for your boy
I want
out
some
here.
black Timbs and black hoodies. Just throw down some ice for the nicest MC. At least he was real about it.
Yeah.
Israel wants to worship different God and still go to heaven and say, I'm sorry at the end. Even when I was Jake, I was that way. When I was Jake, I said, man, I'm going to wait. Because all my friends said, man, when I'm about 65 years old, I'm sorry.
You'll go Christian?
Yeah, that's what they all said. They all said, listen, man, when I'm 50, 45, 50 years old, then I'm going to start making these changes. And I thought the same thing. I said, it makes sense. I can live my life and do my thing. And then I had a dream that the devil took me to hell when I was young. I said, oh, man, you know what, bro? I had a dream that Satan came to me and said, come follow me out. And I went in this little pit out. Mm-hmm. And he went to my tombstone and he wrote my name on the tombstone and my birthday and my death day with his fingernail. And everybody kept walking into the pit of hell out. And nobody was like trying to not go. Mm-hmm. And I said, you know what? I don't got till I'm 45, 55 years old to make my decision. I'm going to make a decision now. I can't. Yeah. What if you don't make it to 55, 65 years old to make changes? Or what if it's not enough?
You can say 30 and die at 29.
That's what I'm saying.
you think you're cutting this short? Nah. Your finish date was 28.
Like, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, but it's no different.
Yeah.
We just explained about Antiochus Epiphanes in last week's class. Yeah. Antiochus did what? He wanted to sit back and restore the Jews and treat them like they're Achaeans and give them all this respect. Yeah. He says, like, if you sit back here and let me get back to Jerusalem, I'm gonna make them right. Just take this sickness from me. He's like, no, I'm not gonna let you make it right. I'm not gonna let you go back to Jerusalem and right this wrong because you're only doing it because nobody can stand your smell and you're sick as hell. Mm-hmm. Now you got Jesus in. No. You crossed the line, and now you're going to die an excruciating death, and that's it.
You got to ride for that.
So the beautiful thing is, while you have time, and your life isn't completely collapsed, make the change now.
But if you're a black atheist in 2025, before Christ comes back, you just wasted your life, bro.
Yeah.
And that black atheist culture goes through music, it goes through television. It goes through radio signals. Esau, quote unquote, the white man, is the devil, which he's the devil according to the scriptures. But he, as a culture, lives on us being consumers, us buying their philosophies out. Because his philosophy that he gives us is really a commodity. The more you believe in his culture, the more he gets wealthy. That's a pimp game. Yeah. I have to sell you a dream. The American dream or a pimp's dream.
The black conscious dream.
Conscious dream, the American dream. These are all hustles that when it comes back when you get to the roots of everything, the love of money is the root of all what? Evil. All evil. So let me give everybody a philosophy they want. That's what the internet is right now. The internet is a complex where your algorithm is the philosophy they give you. Esau has learned and mastered the ability now to give everybody the philosophy they want at the same time. So he can monetize and get money off of your beliefs. It's a good game. If you're a corporate personality and you're about economics and you're about wealth and control, it's a good game. You let the slaves have their different belief systems. While I get the profit.
Yep.
That's the game. And this whole pro-black concept it's been dead since the 60s. Ain't no real pro-black side. Because you know why they're not real pro-blacks? Because they need money. And because you need money,
you don't compromise the movement.
You compromise the movement. Yep. We dealt with that a million times. We had a dude saying we're going to have this revolution in San Antonio, and we're going to take over the streets of San Antonio. And he said, after that, we're going to sell drugs and get more money. Yeah. And he said, get the money to me. I said, what? That was his
that
philosophy.
was phenomenal. Doc.
He said, we're going to Mars Hill.
Yeah.
And we're going to go ahead and take over. And we're going to sell drugs. And we're going to get the money from the drug sales and give it to me. And the war said, why are we going to give it to you? And why are we going to sell drugs? He said, well, somebody has to.
I said, so we got to die so you can smile and buy a house and get the car note and the mortgage?
He said, somebody has to live out. This was his real belief.
And then my thing is, why wouldn't the young people be allowed to live? Why would the older people just get to live forever? You 60-something. You only got 10 years anyway.
This
What kind of craziness is that?
That was his hustle.
It was laughable. You're in the ghetto living on, sitting on property that ain't yours. That land wasn't his, that little plot wasn't his, it just was, nobody took it. Anyway, let's get back.
But there's one point I'm going to shut up.
That was nonsense what he said.
The point is, there's always a person that's going to commodify your ignorance and give you what they call rhetoric. Esau has something called political science. Political science is about giving the message and rhetoric to whatever demographic wants it, so I can commodify and make money. And a war on a bigger level is going to geopolitics. What's geopolitics? Going to different countries and taking their natural resources. And what does Esau do? I'm going to give you communism. I'm going to give you democracy. I'm going to give you socialism. I'm going to give you fascism. I'm going to give you technocracy. I'm going to give you different version of
and every version is controlled by the same people.
It's the same people that control all those different philosophies that don't believe in those philosophies. They don't really believe in it.
I know.
It's about commodifying the minerals and the fats in the earth. So they do that at a massive level when it comes to economics. They do it on a people level when it comes to your life and your philosophies. It's all a way to suck your resources, your mental resource, your physical resource, into their wealth and into their conglomerate of wealth. It's a game. That's why the Bible is such a powerful book.
Because it strips and separates all the other fluff and keeps things spiritual.
It's simple.
Even the idea of communism. Communism came from the reality of people just being exploited.
Yes.
Do people don't understand before? Listen, black people want to talk about how bad America is, bro. Listen, if you want to live in bad times, you live in the late 1800s to the early 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
For each, people were living in less than 1,000 square foot homes. And you had to have, in most countries around the world, at least two families were living in 1,000 square foot places. Maybe 3 families. That was how it was. You weren't having property and
that's common.
You weren't sitting back here in comfortable life. So people were living in substandard working conditions, substandard living conditions. You sat back and worked at a factory and you lost your finger. I don't know what to tell you, bro. You had to wrap that shit up and put some tussin on it.
Yeah.
And get back to work.
Keep going.
That's what it was. So there was a movement created to make workers and the poor,
the labor,
and the laborers feel like they had a voice. And that was what the foundations of socialism was all about. Then there were different extremes of socialism that were initiated by the same people who ran all the banks. Because what they understood is, okay, we have to find a way to pacify all of the complaints. So after World War I, they started sitting back and allowing communism to flow. See how it goes. Allow socialism to go in Czechoslovakia. Allow socialism to start developing seeds in Germany. Let all these things start building slowly and surely and see how people react to it, while still keeping democratic principles floating in other countries. But what am I saying? It's all controlled by the same people, and it's all controlled. And even communism still was controlled, because the people who were sitting back here and bought into communism realized that they were sitting back here and getting even less out the deal. It was the same scenario in Russia as it was pre-communist, all these countries.
Even in the 1500s, when you look at France, Paris, London, they were the largest cities in Europe. The amount of disease, derelicts, feckless, homeless, polio-ridden, smallpox-ridden, disease-ridden, children, thieves, vagrants that was all about walking through the city. There's a great book by a woman named Nancy Eisenberg. It's called White Trash. And it gives you all the how white folks live nothing but like trash and filth.
In Europe, they didn't take baths.
No, that's what I'm saying. The population that came to America,
they threw the poo-poo water, the pee-pee water outside out of the window.
They were called the offscoring. The word offscoring, the offscoring of the population, the word offscoring comes from the word excrement. That's where the word offscoring comes from. So basically, the white people that started America were the shit shows of Europe.
Yeah.
And so
they were the dregs of society.
They were the dregs of society. Great book by a white woman who knows the history of her people. Knows that they weren't really amounting to while in Africa they was bathing, North Africa they was bathing, Islamic country they was bathing, but in mid-century 15th century Europe, bro, there weren't no baths. If you weren't a landowner, if you were under the feudal system, if you didn't own any land, you were eating straw and mud mixed together.
Wow.
They call it thatch roofs. They had thatch roofs. They would eat that.
Like wow.
They would eat that, bro. It was horrible.
And it's the thing. Feudalism continued all the way through the late 1800s, early 1900s. It was just different forms of feudalism. It was the same concept. And then they just created slightly better conditions on earth so that the people would complain less.
So they can get more work out of it.
So you can get more work out. It's even the idea, they talk about how the British were so benevolent. And the British, they used their British naval fleets to combat all the slave boats and the slave cargo ships from going from place to place. Mm-hmm. But really, what the British were doing were creating a more sophisticated type of slavery. Instead of having a black person get up every morning at 4:30 in the morning and beat them to submission until 10 o'clock at night, why don't, and because the problem was, when you had slaves like that, now you develop the white man's burden.
Yep.
Now the white man sit back here, feed you, house you, give you medical, take care of your children. Now all these things had to happen out of the slaver's pocket.
Yeah. So what is the white man's burden?
So now there's a loss. I got to lose money taking care of my servants.
Yes.
So the British were genius for this, because in a book called Wealth of the Nations really goes into that. It explains, listen, we can get the most out of our slave if you give them perceived freedoms. And you give them perceived freedoms, but they have to pay rent at the land we own, have to pay insurance through the companies that we have control insurance.
There you go.
So now we're making a profit off of the same servants that will still get up at 4:30 in the morning to pay for the services that we were paying for. The person's like, this doesn't make sense. Why are we paying for their food?
Yep.
I can give them just enough money to pay us back for the food we were going to give them anyway for free.
Let's automate the slavery.
Let's make the slavery to where you're going to pay us. Now, the first major thing is you are now motivated more.
Yes.
Now you'll work. What the major issue with communism was that the people would hide their crops. The way communism worked, you had a certain plot of land that was yours. And then the rest of all these acres was for the government. And what they couldn't do, they couldn't get the people to work this large plot of land and get the maximum out of their work. All they were doing was making enough for their families.
They wouldn't max out.
They wouldn't max out for the group, because they wouldn't sit back. They would come and take all the stuff, and they wouldn't have enough for themselves. So they would do a crop, hide what they got left, so that when the communists came to collect, I don't have anything. Because people were starving in Ukraine.
They were disincentivized.
They were starving in Ukraine, because what they end up doing is they start catching wind on this, and they will go look for the little food that they were holding for themselves, and take all their food, and they die in the winter.
Yep.
This is why the people in Western Ukraine, there's a faction called the Banderites, because this guy named Stephen Bandera sat back here and chose to operate like the Nazis. Because the Nazis sat back here and promised them you'll be able to have enough food for your families and take care of yourself. And if we win, you don't have to sit back here and be pillaged by Stalin and his communist group. Mm-hmm. So even now, the war that's happening in Ukraine all has offshoots to when Russia was exploiting the people in Ukraine when communism was at its height in the early 1900s. Ukraine was getting the you-know-what end of the stick and not having enough money to feed all the families, because Ukraine is soil rich
Yeah.
and has significant soil land where it was like the breadbasket of Europe.
Yeah.
Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe.
Yeah.
And Russia was exploiting it and not giving the people enough for them to eat. So what they would do is slow on their work. Why kill myself? You're going to take all of it for yourself anyway. We might as well just not burn ourselves out, try to hide enough of this food for us
And survive.
so we can survive the winter. So there was a whole faction of Nazism was strong in Western Ukraine to counteract how they were being mistreated by the Soviets. And the United States used that tension that was there in the early 1900s to justify this war even to this day.
Because the Ukrainians were called, the word Ukrainian means frontiersman in that Ukrainian language.
Done.
So they were always used as a tough fighting force to assist Russia, but they were always independent and they were always poor. So
And Russia
they
kept
would
them
use
down.
as soldiers. They would use them as soldiers, but not give them autonomy or freedoms.
And they kept using them and exploiting them and using them and exploiting them. They got tired of it. So they're still a faction. If you sit back and look at Ukraine since 2000, they were heavy Nazi.
Yep.
Western Ukraine is heavy Nazi. And they're Nazi from their ties with Stefan Bandera, who was a leader and a spokesman that was Nazi himself. And they pushed for the independence of Western Ukraine. This is another reason why Putin doesn't want Western Ukraine.
He called
From Kiev West, he don't want it. Because he knows culturally they're anti-Russia anyway. He only wanted East Russia because East Russia stayed true. They only wanted Eastern Ukraine because Eastern Ukraine was still pro-Russian.
And spoke Russian.
And this is why what was happening in the people in Western Ukraine have a natural beef towards the people of Eastern Ukraine. So before Russia came into the war in 2022, the Western Ukrainians were bombing the civilians of Eastern Ukraine. Russia came into the war for multiple reasons. One, to stop Western Ukraine from being turned into NATO. And two, to stop all the bombing that Western Ukraine was doing on Eastern Ukraine. They were terrorizing the citizens. But that beef had been happening since Stalin was exploiting and taking advantage of all the people in Western Ukraine. And whoever complained about Stalin, you know where you went. You went to them gulags all the way in Siberia.
And a great book by Alexander Solzhenitsyn, The Gulag Archipelago, explains that
just means your ass is dead when you get to Siberia.
You're gonna work to death.
That's crazy.
If you build enough food.
Yeah.
God,
It says-
60 million people
Yeah.
got sent out there and were killed. 60 million people. And Amalek wants to talk about 6 million. I think 60 million trumps 6.
Yeah.
100 million in the middle passes trumps 6.
And even if you just came off the battlefield and you had your uniform on, you were still sent to the archipelago.
Gone. Gone.
So if they'll do this to their own people, does it matter who we are?
And that's my point. Do you think the Jew matters when you want to kill 60 million white Christian Russians? You think they care about black man in America?
And
They don't care about nobody nowhere.
If you look at the Western Ukrainians, a lot of them have their skinheads with swastikas tattoos on.
That's my point. You know what? And it all goes back to the 1940s when the movement. Listen, people don't understand why fascism and why Nazism was allowed to grow so heavy.
In that part?
In the middle of Europe.
Okay.
Because Hitler was allowed to go to Poland, take Poland. He took Czechoslovakia. He took Austria-Hungary. And nobody said nothing.
It didn't matter.
The reason it didn't matter is because Europe, Western Europe, France, and England specifically, wanted a buffer zone from communism. They didn't want communism to keep going westward because it was about to go westward and get to them. So they allowed Germany to sit back here and do their thing to create, they call it the Eastern Bloc.
I heard that before. I know that.
They called it the Eastern Bloc. This Eastern Bloc of fascism would protect Western Europe from the Red Scare, from that Red invasion, from the communists working their way west, because it was a significant movement.
Because it's
Now Hitler wanted to keep going east to wipe out Russia because he had beef against communism in general. So as he's working east, before he gets to Russia, he gets to where? Ukraine. And Western Ukraine embraced the Germans. Because why? Because they were suffering by the hands of the damn Russians. So that Nazi approach of nationalism and socialism and taking care of the people, what can't be said was that the Nazis weren't taking care of their own. They had proper health care. They all had homes. They all had families. They took care of their structure. Mm-hmm. So this is why the Ukrainians were down with it.
And the first thing they did was got rid of European money.
They got rid of European money and European sexual deviance influence.
Yep.
Everybody talks about the books Hitler burned. You know what he burned? He burned pornography. He burned all the different sexual deviancies.
books.
All those LGBTQ books and the people who wrote them and those authors, those books were getting burned. And those people got kicked out of the country. And guess where they left? When they got kicked out of Germany, guess where they went? To New York. You ever see the movie Taxi? Taxi, I think it was Taxi Cab? No, Taxi. With Robert De Niro. Remember in that movie, he's driving all through New York, and all you see is prostitution, all type of foul, negative sexual deviancy all throughout the city of New York. He was driving his cab at night.
They were known for the quarter peep show. You could drop a quarter.
That's my point.
In a slot machine and watch a little peep show, like a little 5-second peep show.
Everywhere in New York was that way. It was foul. And that was, the whole movie was about De Niro sitting back here and driving the city at night, picking up people. He was having to clean the back of his cab.
Old New York.
Old New York was foul. But Old New York was foul
because
of the influence that was coming over there from Germany way back in the 20s. And that foulness kept festering itself, and it got to New York, and it made it even worse. Listen, to the point where they were talking about the Rockefellers made a point saying they want to make New York the center of, we want to eliminate this anti-communist approach, and we want to push for collectivism in New York. Collectivism is just sitting back here and embracing all religions, embracing all people, embracing all mindsets. And that was what New York was. It was a cesspool of everybody's indoctrination, a cesspool of everybody's belief. Let's make this place a big melting pot of evil, and the center of that evil was in New York.
Anderson Cooper was a Vanderbilt. That's what
it was. It was Vanderbilt.
I could think of it earlier. It was a Vanderbilt.
So it lets you know.
I just want to say, and this is why European history is relevant to what's going on over here, because the Europeans that control America are all drawn back to Europe. They're all connected financially, banking wise, and financially. They're connected to Europe anyway. So what happens over there affects us over here. We don't understand that. We think we just, I'm in Texas, I'm in Cali, I'm in Georgia. But those Europeans, when they have beef with each other, when they have personal problem with each other, they're going to pull you in to their beef.
Your kids are going to war over there.
Your children are going to wherever some weird European
They're talking about sending American troops to Gaza.
Yeah. You think it's going to affect you?
Before you go to Russia. Before you go to Europe. That's where the big spot's going to be.
Yeah. But you think it doesn't affect you, and there's no connection to it. But your slave masters have connections over there, so they're gonna draw their slaves over that direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's relevant.
Yep. Anyway, that's a lot of information. But let's get verse 21 to 27 again.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 21. Howbeit certain of them that were besieged got forth, unto whom some ungodly men of Israel joined themselves.
So what they're saying is, as Judas has got these engines and these machines, and they've got battling rams, and they're breaking into this citadel. They're killing a lot of their people. But some guys have escaped, found ways to get out, and then, just like rats, they leave, they escape, and they come together and connect with other wicked men in different provinces. Because there's other wicked men all around, not just Jerusalem, but in other cities, in other jurisdictions, up in Galilee, up in Gilead, up in the south. So a handful of these wicked people escape the citadel, connect with other wicked people, Read on.
And they went unto the king, and
then
said,
they went and cried and complained to the new king, Antiochus Eupator, whose regent was Lysias. Now they finally went to get up to Antioch with their band of wicked, evil servants who started this fight in the beginning. Don't forget, they started it by killing Israelites that were just going to the temple.
Yep.
So they get to Antiochus Eupator, and they start crying.
Yep.
And they start playing this game to try to spin and coerce Eupator to come down and go to war with Judas, because they're about to fall at the citadel of Acre. Let's continue.
How long will it be ere thou execute judgment and avenge our brethren?
So avenge our brothers who sat back here and terrorized the Israelites in the city. They didn't bring that part out. Read on.
We have been willing to serve thy father, and to do as he would have us, and to obey his commandments.
So it's like Eupator. We followed your father Antiochus to the T. We loved him. He was such a great man.
He was a good guy.
Can you sit back here and do us a favor and protect us, because we're the only ones in Jerusalem trying to uphold the Greek way, the right way.
See that?
This is what they're doing. They sell out. This is what I was saying in 1 Corinthians, 2 Corinthians 11, about dealing with false brethren.
Yep.
And dealing with these wars amongst Israel who just make life miserable for people trying to stay and do the right thing.
Christ said, "The house divided shall not stand."
And I'm going to say this. I think the greatest thing Most High can do for us is to not have us in this limelight fighting other Jews. Sitting back here fighting Al Sharptons of the world, like going to war. What
It's
for?
a waste of time.
It's a waste of time, and it's a battle you're not going to win. You're not going to win with all that light and all that spotlight on you. You don't want that smoke anyway if you have any half a sense to you. I'm going to go against T.D. Jakes, and we're going to go against all these high-end church people for what? To boost your ego?
And they don't care about what's right or wrong. They care about them being.
They're about getting paid. They're going to say women now all lose. I'm going to find ways to make money and take you off the hook so you don't got to be accountable for yourself. Let's use religion. This is the religion hustle in beginning, in totality. Let me give you a little God, make you feel good about serving the Most High, even though you're really not serving the Most High. So I'm getting you off the hook. So pretty much you're getting paid. The preacher's getting paid because I'm letting you off the hook. And I'm making you feel good about the little you do for God. Is that not the game?
That's the game.
I'm going to make you feel good about not committing yourself. And in exchange, you pay me so I can keep making you feel that you're doing everything you can for the Lord.
Prophesy unto us lies. Smooth thing.
That is the church.
You know what I agree to? Now instead of it become a saving souls and bring people into the truth more, it's entertainment as far as the debate.
Well, that's the Hebrew is that way.
We're talking on a mass scale. We're talking about religion on a mass scale.
That's the point we're saying. So now they're sitting back here and petitioning Eupator, begging and trying to get this guy to bring his soldiers down here to give the remaining guys that are stuck in the citadel some breathing room. Read on.
Verse 24. For which cause they of our nation besiege the tower, and are alienated from us. Moreover, as many of us as they could light on they slew, and spoiled our inheritance.
He's like, they spoiled the rich man's inheritance. They spoiled this wicked fashion. They're spoiling the wicked fashion or the wicked inheritance of these Hellenistic Jews. So he's saying Judas is here terrorizing us. And all we're trying to do is keep your way. But in actuality, in keeping their way, they're also terrorizing Judas and his people and not allowing them to serve the Most High. You see how messed up it is? And you almost have to just destroy these people and eradicate them so that people have the opportunity to serve the Most High.
Can I read this one scripture, right?
Yeah.
James 2:6, real quick. I'm really 7. If you want to go there.
Ready?
Yeah, that's good.
James chapter 2 and verse 6. But ye have despised the poor.
Ye have despised the poor. Read.
Do not rich men oppress you?
Key point. The oppression is coming from the point and concept of extracting wealth, resources, and some type of influence off the poor. Well, it all goes back. It's not about racism. It's about money. It's less about race and it's more about money.
Con.
So let's stop playing this game. When you hear people on the talking heads, oh, they're racism and everything's racist and it's racist. You got what's his name chiming in? What's that guy? Basketball player. He's not really good to me. I don't think he's that good. LeBron James.
Yeah.
Right. LeBron James. They're chiming on the race hustle. Then the football player dude's chiming on the race
Listen, when
hustle.
that woman said shut up and dribble, she was right. How about that?
How about that? But that's the controversial topic. But we just got rid of one. Right?
Just hoop, man. Just go hoop.
But listen,
Just go hoop and stop trying to be a
because
politician.
he's not about black.
That's my point. That's
really
why I
about
said that.
economics. And these are race hustlers. And these are sons to our people. And these are boule that worship Babylonian gods and are into Greek fraternities.
And boule is all about supporting the powers that be that have put them in those positions.
And that's where we're going to Accra. Because Accra is the root of these so-called Negro, which are Latino, not Latino, but they're Negroids, quote unquote, they're Hebrews, right? But they're fighting for this Greek way because there's money in being that intermediary, being the middleman.
But our people are going to do that anyway. Go to John chapter 19, go to verse 12.
John chapter 19 and verse 12.
Read that.
And from thenceforth, Pilate sought to release him.
He says Pilate was getting ready to let Christ go. He was about to let him off the hook.
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, I'm going to let this guy go. He ain't did nothing wrong. I don't find enough evidence that this guy is wicked, man. Send this guy home, man. Let him eat some lamb and some goat.
Yeah.
Whatever he like to eat, bro. Just let him go. Get him out of here. Read.
But the Jews cried out.
But it's who is the ones that cry out?
But the Jews cried out,
What?
saying, If thou let this man go,
Go ahead.
thou art not Caesar's friend.
We're going to snitch on you. They told Pilate being the governor, we're going to snitch on you.
And that's a political play. That means that the Pharisees had some kind of influence and a say with the Caesar.
Yes.
And what they're saying is, if you don't do this, we're going to say that you're not doing your position correctly.
Right.
And now that means you could be ousted from your position.
Exactly.
If you don't give us what we want, we're going to find a way to get you not being the leader of this Jewish region.
We're going to get you kicked out of this area, and you will be replaced.
We'll get you unelected.
Unelected if you don't give us what we're asking for.
Exactly.
So you better give us. It's an ancient form of twisting somebody off.
It's This is what politics is.
Yeah, I got you. If you better let him. You don't want to let him go. We all gonna snitch on you
because he's like, I've already spent my bribe money on Caesar.
Yeah.
So because I spent this money on Caesar that I got from the poor people of Jerusalem, this money has gone to the right people. So now I can put a little pressure on you because I already bribed the guy above you.
Yep.
You know?
Or we could just tell the Romans that you're not paying taxes correctly.
I know.
That you're sneaking their taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And bring some heat on
them. Bring some heat on them. Read on.
Oh, real quick. Just on that. Remember Noriega?
Yeah.
Noriega was sitting back here running all those drugs.
In the 80s.
Yeah, Noriega. The funny thing was this. The CIA was using Noriega all through the 80s and 70s, running drugs. Why did one day all of a sudden he get thrown in jail?
No question.
Listen, they say there's records of Noriega sitting back here using his money and influence to blackmail guys like George Bush.
No way.
And sit back here and get pictures
Damn.
and get incriminating proof on the CIA guys that he's working for.
Yeah,
and then when he tries to sit back here and get dirt on his bosses, then all of a sudden there's a war on crime in Nicaragua.
Yeah.
Now we got to sit back here and go to Nicaragua and take this drug kingpin Noriega down.
Like that?
What? It came out of nowhere. He was working with CIA for a decade plus.
But who was Bush Senior though?
Head of the CIA.
Head of the CIA.
And the vice president at the time.
Yeah.
So, or he was the head of the CIA, and at the time he was the vice president. So he obviously had connections to the CIA still.
And this when George Bush Jr. was governor of Texas.
That kind of. But so what am I saying?
Oh,
so everything was cool. But not yet. But later on.
But later on, yeah.
But so is it coincidence that Noriega got dirt on you?
They said Noriega.
And now as I'm collecting dirt,
I believe he had horses that he would send up to give to the Bush family. They would get. They
were cool, just like the Bin Ladens were cool with the Bushes. And then all of a sudden, Bin Laden's the devil. All of a sudden, Noriega is the devil. But when I want to sit back here and do to you, like you do to everybody else in the spy world.
Yeah.
Now you got leverage. Now you're a threat. We can bring somebody else to do the same thing now.
Yep.
Now we get rid of you.
This is the devil's game.
This is the game.
That blackmail is strong.
Blackmail is everything. And this is what they had on Pilate. But in the different, and now
you're not Caesar's friend.
But that's my point, because Caesar took the payment. So now they're going to work with each other. And as long as the Pharisees didn't outstretch their ego with Caesar, they have a little pull in their region. That's like this. That's almost like Noriega trying to get files on Bush. It would be like the Pharisees trying to get some leverage on Caesar.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Now Caesar's like, we got to wipe you out. You ain't gonna sit back here and mess with me. That's the game.
Yeah.
But they had leverage over Pontus, so Pontus is gonna cave.
You have to. You get your arm twisted.
Kinda.
But people know how to manipulate. They're master manipulators.
Yeah.
So they know exactly what to say and to say to who to get to sway your opinion and go their way. But you can be bought and sold that way when it's about money.
Yeah.
You know, when you can be compromised.
When you sold out.
When you're a sellout, you can compromise.
Listen, when you sell out for the money, and then they got pictures on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
They got pictures on you, and you sold out. You theirs, man.
Yeah. But this is why our people get intelligence. They want the intel from us. They want to know, where you at? What do you do? What is this? They gonna use it to manipulate you.
God.
That's all they do. They get in close. They find a way in, like they did the Fred Hampton when they killed Fred Hampton in Chicago.
Yep.
The little sellout dude came in, figured the place out, gave him a map,
schematics,
gave him a map of the house. Where's Fred Hampton sleep at?
Yep.
And then the police came in and shot everybody up
for a couple pennies out, bucks out.
And they hated himself down the line.
Yep.
Couldn't live with himself.
Because he was a sellout to his people. That the idea that I'm a sellout and I'm actually with the enemy.
And then you sit back here and you go down the street, and there's no more Black Panther Party, nothing.
No more free lunch programs.
That means that's what I was going to say. There's no free lunch programs. Now the block is just infested with more drugs, more prostitution, less hope,
and it's because
less stability,
more police brutality
in Chicago, and it was your fault. At least they were doing something good, and a lot of people were changing for the better, and you destroyed that for a couple $1,000s. Hard to live that down, bro. Hard to live that down. But
and that's why it says, "Are you not oppressed by rich men?" I remember talking about Paul Scripture a long time ago. I said, "Oh, it's right here in the Bible." Mm-hmm. The Bible tells you everything you need to know. Mm-hmm. Then the second part of Scripture says, "And they did not put you in judgment seats. They want to sue you, put you in these weird positions. It's all so they can be comfortable and they can have leverage over you for wealth."
Yeah, so what Christ is saying, go to Matthew 23 and verse 31.
23:31.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 23 and verse 31. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves.
So if you sell out now, all Christ is saying is you've always had a spirit of a sellout. If you a sellout of your people today, you was a sellout back then. You've been a sellout all throughout history. If you was alive 200 years ago, you'd have been a sellout. If you was alive 300 years ago, you'd have been a sellout.
Wow.
If you was alive 1,000 years ago, you'd have been a sellout. If you a sellout now, it's a testimony that this spirit, no matter what time frame that you're in, you would always be a sellout on your people. Read on.
Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves.
Go ahead.
That ye are the children of them which killed the prophets.
You hate hearing the truth about the Most High, man. Sellouts exist then, sellouts exist now, but it's evidence that if they were alive then, they would have sold out the prophets. They would have sold out Christ also.
There's no way I would have did that back then, brother.
Yeah, I'm about my people. No, you're not.
Are you sure?
You're not. You've never been about your people. Whether now in this life or even in the past life, you've never been about your people. That's all Christ is telling the Pharisees right here. But look at the manipulation tactics that they're doing with Pilate. Can you imagine if what they were doing to all the prophets that came? He said, you were witnessing against yourself.
This is why they said, you're the ones that killed Zacharias in the temple.
Yep.
You sat back here and killed him in cold blood in the temple.
Like
your fathers did that.
Your father, yep.
Which is you.
It's in you.
I know.
It's in you. Read.
Fill you up then the measures of your fathers.
He said that why play around? You're a sellout. You come from sellouts. It's in your spirit to be a sellout. So you might as well just go ahead and play your part. For anybody that's selling out our people, just play your role. Be the sellout you want to be. Because it's in you.
Don't act like you're being some noble person.
Right. Or that you actually care about your people.
That's the point.
You was fake. You fake now, and you was fake back then. It doesn't matter the time frame. Your actions declare that a fake false spirit, that you're really not about the preservation of your people. That spirit is present in you. People's spirits don't change. Time change. You know, technology may change just a little bit. Clothes change just a little bit.
Technology changes a lot. Technology does change.
It does. But at the same time,
the evil heart.
But as far as the wickedness of man,
wicked devices.
Yes, the wicked ingenuity of man doesn't change. Wicked decisions, murder doesn't change. Theft don't change.
Yep.
Adultery don't change.
Yep.
Envy don't change. Men still are the same as they have always been through time. But if you got a sellout spirit from people that's trying to do good works, that spirit is also not nothing new under the sun. That's not new either. Read on.
Verse 33.
Yeah. He said, fill up the measure of your fathers. Go ahead.
Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers.
He said, but you're not. He didn't say you individual viper. He calls them a generation of vipers. Meaning what? This has been in this has been in you for a long time.
It's been in your family's blood.
Right.
It's been in your blood for a period of time.
This is your legacy.
Just like the thinking was that the David line was going to be just a bloodline of righteous men. He's saying your bloodline has been a bloodline of sellouts and haters and fakers and abusers.
People that the beginning. So who really don't love their people.
Yeah.
Really, you really don't love your people.
And this is a disease that's in this nation.
That want to be with the heathen. That want to be with the heathen.
Yep. Read. Finish that.
How can ye escape the damnations of hell?
He said, how can you escape what?
The damnation of hell.
He said, you can't escape the damnation of hell because look at what's in you. What's in your spirit.
And people say sometimes, they say, well, why? People do say this sometimes. Why, if there was a perfect God, they say this, if there's a perfect God, why is there a hell? This is the answer.
Yeah.
For people that hate their own people.
Because there's vessels of wrath,
Mm-hmm.
and there's vessels of mercy.
Yeah.
And for the ones that hell is deserved or preserved for the vessels of wrath. Because you didn't have the spirit of love in you from the beginning.
Because you gave up your vows for your money. You gave that mercy. You give that kindness and consideration so you can come up.
And love
it's
for your
always that test. The more you come up, the more you lose your spirit. The more you gain, every step you take up, somebody got to get shitted on.
And you know what's so crazy? We'll sell out our people for trash trinkets.
Yeah.
Carnal, little small trinkets out.
For a Happy Meal. That's what the rapper said.
Happy Meal, Master's clothes out, Master's giveaway, Goodwill clothes out. You see a brother like this with a little, what's the little thing that they put, a little corn on the cob pipe, and a little Master's
corn cob pipe.
Yeah, it's corn on the cob pipe, and the Master's top hat, and he's wearing a white, I don't know, a white blazer and some holy.
And they're giving the blue steel of this.
Yeah, like this. But you get to wear the Master's.
Sucking your cheeks.
You're special because you get to wear the Master's clothes.
Yeah, and you sell out for nothing now.
Got it.
But what Christ said, man, that spirit is evidence that it's already been in you.
Got it.
That's how people though, bro. But even if they selling out Judas here in this particular instance, like turning the Greeks against us for just trying to serve the Lord, trying to preserve our culture.
They're giving you for their one-sided picture. You're not saying, hey, these guys want to go to the temple and serve the Most High, and we sat back here and terrorized them. So they retaliated with this and destroyed the citadel. They had no choice. They had no choice but to do that. So now they're sitting in front of Jupiter's face, crying and complaining and playing a violin. Read on.
Yeah.
Back in First Maccabees?
Yes.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse
24. I want 24 again.
24. For which cause they of our nation beseech the tower, and are alienated from us. Moreover, as many of us as they could light on, they slew, and spoiled our inheritance.
They're spoiling everything we're building. All of our plans, all of our resources. They're sitting back here and taking the money that we had stashed up in the citadel. Read on.
Neither have they stretched out their hand against us only, but also against all their borders.
So he's saying on top of the fact that they're spoiling the citadel, they're terrorizing all the surrounding cities that are adjacent to Jerusalem. But you see how it's a slanted truth? They are terrorizing the cities that are terrorizing the Jews.
Yes.
They was terrorizing Galilee because they were bullying and taking advantage of the Israelites in Galilee. They terrorized the Philistines because the Philistines were drowning Israelites. They were terrorizing Gilead because Timothy and his men were going to sit back here and destroy them and wipe them off the map by besieging a stronghold that they were all in. So was they were terrorizing them or they were defending the Jew? It's all how you paint the picture. Read on.
And behold, this day are they besieging the tower at Jerusalem to take it. The sanctuary also and Bethsura have they forfeited.
Fortified. Bethsura is a stronghold that's right above Idumea. When you sat back here reading all the stories and the wars in 1 Maccabees 5, 1 Maccabees, well really 1 Maccabees 4, 5, Edom kept attacking us from our flank. Edom would attack us from our flank, and there's an image right here.
So our flank meaning what?
Meaning from behind, from behind or from the south. They kept coming from the south and attacking us. I want to show look at this real quick. If you look at the map, whether it's the red line is the two campaigns of Lysias. The one we're going into now and the one that happened before. Where'd they come? They came from the Via Mars, which is on the west side of the region, and they go below on Idumea, and they work their way up. 2 wars in a row, consecutively, came from the south. Okay? So a lot of the wars that were happening against Judas and the people were coming down around the side, coming from Idumea, and working their way back up to give us problems. So you'll see Bethsura is right around where that Bethsura. You see Bethsura on the map. Beth-Zur is really Bethsura. So we had to fortify and make a citadel ourselves, or a tower in Bethsura, to sit back and defend against the Edomites that were coming from Hebron, or the Edomites coming from Antioch, working their way along the side, coming from the south. They'll fuel up in Idumea and work their way to attack. So they're saying in Bethsura, they have a fortified location, which they did, and we had a fortified spot in Jerusalem to prepare and absorb attacks. So before these armies got to Jerusalem, they had to get through Bethsura first. So what they're complaining about, what they're saying is true. They have fortifications in Bethsura and Jerusalem, and they're terrorizing the people all around the area, in the region. Read on.
Wherefore, if thou dost not prevent them quickly, they will do greater things than these. Neither shalt thou be able to rule them.
And they always like to put the fear into these leaders, say, man, if you don't catch these guys now, these rebels are going to sit back and get too strong. And you're not going to be able to stifle them. You're not going to be able to.
And that's the supreme motivator of these Greeks.
It's fear.
It's fear.
Yeah. You're going to lose. You're going to lose out. They're going to take you. They're coming to Antioch next. That's the propaganda they're saying about Russia. If we don't send all our weapons to Ukraine, they're coming to Poland next. Poland, you want to hold out? They're coming to you next. Then after Poland, they're going to Germany.
Fear campaign.
And then after Germany, they're going to France. And after France, they're coming to England. So you better pony up all your resources and send them to Ukraine and let them die. Let the 1.8 million number go to 3 million. Let those do, because nobody likes the Ukrainians anyway. How about that?
Part.
They don't like Ukraine. The Ukrainians are kind of like low level in Europe. They're not respected. They say Ukraine's the most corrupt country in Europe. If you want organ donors, you go to Europe. You go to Ukraine. You want to buy and sell people, children, go to Ukraine.
But look at this.
I'm not even lying to you. If you want to sit back and get children, you go to Ukraine. If you want to sit back here and get black market body parts, organs, go to Ukraine.
Hitmen.
Come on, guys.
Ukraine.
You got
All the dirt, all the guys that do dirt are out there. A lot of them. I'm not saying there's no dirt anywhere else, but it's a heavy level of corruption in that country. I told you about the generals that are collecting pension funds from all the dead military guys.
No way.
And the military generals that are collecting the checks from the men who they say are missing in action, but they're not going to say they're dead.
That's crazy.
Nobody knows where they are.
He just disappeared.
Nobody knows where they are, but the checks keep going back to the military posts and they collect them. And then these same guys,
he's on duty.
And these same guys are driving Camaros with gold rims out and they spin.
Man, real gold rims.
Yes, gold rims and they spinning out. Like I thought niggas don't do that. I guess they're white niggas too. They want gold rims too. These are spinning. These gold rims are spinning. They're spinning. Okay, let me do that. This. Yeah. The gold rims are spinning. Yeah. Look at them.
Yeah.
Igor, look at these rims.
Split wheels.
They are the newest addition of split wheel in the United States.
He's a hot market, hot fire.
This is hot fire. Listen, that's what's happening. Did you know that a lot of the weapons that were coming from the weapons that came from the United States were shipped over to Ukraine and sold in the black market?
Yep, that's crazy too.
There was who were the ones that were selling them?
Biden would have.
The Ukrainians were selling them. The guys, the army guys that were in charge of logistics, were selling the weapons off to the highest bidder.
10% of the big guy, though.
Yeah.
And Russia bought some of those weapons.
I know, and they broke them down, and they reverse engineered them.
That's what made it funny.
That's what's funny.
The Russians, they got a couple of those too.
That's the point, to reverse engineer.
We'll take two.
But that's Ukraine. That's how Ukraine rolls. So the rest of Europe don't care if they die. That's why they're smiling at 1.8 million Ukrainians dying. They don't care. It's rather them than the rest of Europe.
So they like the white trash of Europe, right?
Done. Well, and the sister was talking about a lot of the laboratories in Ukraine. It wasn't necessarily COVID system, but the laboratories in Ukraine were being used to sit back here and create Slavic styled diseases that would attack Slavic people. That's what was being engineered in Ukraine.
Bioweapons?
Yes, they were bioweapons that were engineered to attack Slavic peoples. Why would they engineer weaponry, bioweapons that would kill Slavic people if they're Slavic people in Ukraine? They're setting up these weapons factories to send those weapons where? Eastward. To break their Slavic brothers in Russia. Mm. So this is black on black crime, white on white crime. This is what it is.
Slav on Slav.
Look, this is why you have India. There's an Esau, the British in particular, mastered brother against brother. This is why you read in Revelation about brothers going to be fighting against brothers. What that means is nation against nation. The Pakistanians and the Indians are brothers.
Yep.
The only difference between Pakistanians and Indians was the fact that the British said there was a difference.
Yeah.
Before Britain left in the 40s, in the mid 1945, they said, okay, before we leave, it's B's and C's over here, right?
Yeah.
It's Pakistanians and Indians. Bye. Now you guys are going to be constantly fighting each other forever. Same thing in Africa. They split Africa and they created the tribalism.
Same thing with North and South Korea.
We're going to create the tribalism. We're going to create the Ukrainians versus Russians when they're brothers. This is how you guarantee that they're going to fight against each other and not against you.
Well, even right now, South Korea is starting to make laws that are more North Korean friendly.
And you know what? And with that, All of a sudden, the leader of South Korea is being investigated on corruption charges.
Oh, he's gonna get investigated.
Well, my thing is
Simultaneously.
So why all of a sudden he's corrupt? He was corrupt before he started talking about uniting with North Korea. But now you're going against the agenda. Now we got to set up a coup. Now we got to bring up your dirt.
Yeah.
Because we already saw you doing dirt. We didn't care about it. We're going to use it as leverage to oust you when you start saying things we don't want you to do.
Yep.
That's what's happening. That's the game. It's all around. And it was the same thing when the British Empire was at their peak in Europe. You know how Britain mutually assured, that they would have nobody fighting Britain in Europe? They kept pitting Germany and France against each other.
Yep.
France was the number 2 country economically and financially, but they would sit back here and allow Germany to get strong enough to keep France focusing eastward and not focusing westward. It's all hustle tactics.
No more Napoleons. They don't want no
that's the
Napoleons.
point. But it was no more Napoleons, and then all of a sudden I got to control and mitigate how strong I allow Germany to get. Because if Germany gets too strong, they become a problem too. So I got to neutralize their strength, but not completely neutralize them to where they don't keep France on their toes. I got to keep France on their toes, and I got to keep Germany looking back westward against France. Then I can't get Germany too much strength, so to their east, I got to weaken them on the east. This is what geopolitics looks like. And if I got everybody fighting each other, they're not fighting the real boss and the real villain, which is England.
It's chess.
And this is why England was like, listen, okay, I'm going to let you grow Germany on your factories, but I'm not going to let you have a strong navy.
So would you say it's the Bank of England then?
It's the Bank of England. It's the Bank of France. It's the Bank of in Germany. It's the Bank in Hungary. And they're sitting back here playing both sides. They're making money both sides.
Yep.
But Britain, which is the top dog, was like, we're not going to let Germany have a strong navy. We're not letting that happen.
That's the policy.
But we'll let you have a strong ground game, because your ground game in Germany is never going to get across the water to Britain. So I'll keep you strong on the ground, Britain or Germany, to keep the Frenchies soft. It's all about power plays and controls.
And neutralizing.
And Britain was about neutral, and that's the point. Britain neutralized all these countries. But anyway, did we finish verse 27?
Kind of.
Read verse 27 again.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 27.
I should have put the title of being geopolitics class. Huh? That's what it is. But let's keep going. Read verse 27.
Wherefore, if thou dost not prevent them quickly, they will do greater things than these. Neither shall thou be able to rule them.
This was still a jab at their geopolitical thinking. What do I got to do to neutralize this threat? Because if they're already taking out the surrounding jurisdictions, the way the white man thinks, they're going to sit back here and take over all the land. They're not going to sit back here and just back people off and stay inward. That wasn't the black man's thinking. The black man's thinking was just back all these guys off, go back home, and just let's keep our area together. They were projecting. If I was these guys, I would take the whole region.
Yep.
So I got to squash them before they take the whole region, because that's how the white man thinks. White man it's not just good enough, happy with their land. They got to keep going and getting more.
Yeah.
And this is what Hitler was doing. All he had to do is just take his land, push a little eastward, and stop.
Yep.
He had to have it all. He had to have all of them.
You know, that was the curse. That was the curse of Esau. You know,
that's the curse of Napoleon.
Yeah.
Why'd you have to get Russia? All of Russia for what? Why did you sit back here and go to Egypt? There was nothing in Egypt. And all of his military captains said, listen, bro, you don't need to go to Egypt. There's nothing there. He sat back here and killed thousands. It was a failed campaign in Egypt because he got nothing accomplished. He only did it because Alexander the Great did it. So he did it. And then the funny thing was that you know the guy who wrote Alexander Dumas, the guy that wrote Count of Monte Cristo, his dad was a captain in the French army, and he's the one that checked Napoleon. Why are you going down here and killing all our men? Going down to Egypt. They were dying. They were getting sick. They would have to leave them, and these desert Bedouins would sit back and take them and violate them out. They did all kind of crazy stuff, But Napoleon kept driving his men, and the ones who couldn't do it, they were left. And then the better ones would come take advantage of it. So Dumas was like, dude, what are you doing? You're sitting back here and torpedoing our men. Napoleon couldn't take the check.
He couldn't take that.
He got mad and sat back here and threatened him to get jailed. He got quiet. They finished their expedition, made it back to the boats. They gave him a bum military assignment, sent him across the country. By the time he gets off the boat, he gets picked up by the cops and gets thrown in jail.
That was a setup.
Yeah, he got thrown in town in Italy and was in jail for like 25 years for a crime he didn't commit. He just pissed off Napoleon. He got out, didn't get his military pension. I don't know if it was 25 years. It was like a long time. But he came out. He had lost sight in one of his eyes. His body was badly bruised for being in jail. Then he came out and didn't get any pension, and got disgraced and was never respected again. And that was a lot of where the Count of Monte Cristo came from. Is how his dad was treated in jail for not doing things the right way. For doing things the right way and was getting criticized and punished for it.
Not playing ball.
But once again, this guy's ego, he sat back here and put a lot of people through difficult, jacked up situations out of just to fuel his ego. He went to Egypt and he went all the way to damn Russia for no reason. Out of pride.
Yep.
Just like Hitler. Went that far out of pride.
But it's pride. But it's also what the scriptures say in Genesis chapter 27 when he says, shalt thou by thy sword thou shalt live. See, the only way Esau can survive is that they have to keep killing.
Yeah, they keep killing and
expanding. Read that right there, Genesis chapter 27.
That's capitalism.
Yeah, that's
I got to keep taking other people's resources like a parasite.
Yep. Let me see. Is that 27 or 27? Yeah, 39 and 39 and 40.
No,
Genesis chapter 27, verse 39 and 40.
Genesis chapter 27 and verse 39. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth.
He says, okay, I got a blessing for you. He says, your dwelling's going to be the fatness of the earth, meaning you'll be able to get the best parts of the earth.
And the natural resources of the earth.
And
that's the fatness.
That's the fatness.
Because what makes every country special, how is a country able to survive? A country survives off the natural resource the Most High puts in every single country. That's how they survive.
Every nation their inheritance.
And Esau's blessing is the capability to extract the fatness of every country on earth.
Slant drilling, whatever you got to do.
I'm slant drilling, selling cobalt, selling lithium, taking gold, taking silver,
taking your bananas,
taking your fruit, taking your bananas, taking your sugar cane,
or your clean water. We're gonna pump your clean water out your city, steal your water.
Or force you to sit back here because your country can make a little sugar cane. You're going to force the entire country to have the only gross domestic product to be sugar cane.
One thing.
Because what people don't understand is sugar cane destroys your crops.
Oh.
You can no longer grow anything on the ground once you put sugar cane in the ground. And what Esau said is, okay, Cuba, the only thing you're going to sell is sugar cane because the climate is good for it. So we're going to destroy all of your soil. We're going to destroy all the rest of your soil so the sugar cane can pop. So we can make money from it.
Same thing with the bananas in Hawaii. I mean, not bananas, pineapples. They do the same thing with the pineapples.
And they'll force you to sit back here and oversaturate your market with this one natural resource. But then what happens is you are subject to now the price change. Because now when the demand drops on sugar, all you got is sugar plantations everywhere. So now nobody can sustain themselves because you're a one-trick pony.
Yeah.
Esau tells you have to diversify your portfolio. But you force the countries to not diversify their natural resources. And then when they fall apart, I don't know what to tell you.
You tell them what to sell.
And that was the same thing about coffee. Now you just saturate coffee. That's cool until the price of coffee drops.
Corn and wheat. Same thing with corn and wheat.
Or you say, I'm not going to buy pineapples from you anymore because you make me mad. I'll buy from them. Now you break the country.
Or what happens is this: you have this country maximize their pineapples, so you can find another country. And once you find another country, now I don't need you no
You
more.
get a better deal.
Now you're screwed.
Yep.
Now your entire economy is broken.
Yeah.
Until they find another resource they can extract from. Then they'll come back. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Read on.
The fat of the earth.
Genesis 27:39. Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth,
Go ahead.
and of the dew of heaven from above.
Go ahead.
And by the sword shalt thou live.
He said, but the only way you can benefit from it and maintain it, you got to live by the what?
The
Sword.
sword.
What does it mean to live by the sword? You got to kill for it.
Yep.
Meaning you can get the blessings of the earth. You can get the fatness of the earth. You can get the resources. All the gold they got from the Incas, Peruvians, Toltecs, Olmecs, all the land from. They say that a squirrel. There was so many trees in America when the Pilgrims got here. They said a squirrel could go from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, to like Ohio without touching the ground.
That's crazy.
That's how many trees. That's how much vegetation was here. That a squirrel could go from 5-6 different states without touching the ground. And Esau got all that and took it from the Indians.
Now it's a concrete jungle.
That's concrete. But he said, but in order for you to keep this fatness and maintain this fatness or have it, you got to live by the sword. Meaning you got to kill to get it. You got to be a murderer in order to acquire the best of what the earth has to offer.
And to keep it.
So is it a blessing or he blessed them with a curse?
Exactly.
It's really a curse.
It's a curse.
It's not a blessing.
And it's a justification for the Most High to come back and destroy you.
You know why? It's like saying, you know what?
Definitely bless you.
It's like being in one of them Saw movies. Your neighbor got the key in his stomach.
Little puppet baby. I have a real little puppet baby. This evil puppet baby come at you.
The guy that you're next
Let's
to.
play a game.
Yeah, he's got the key in his stomach, but you got the saw in your hand.
So if you want to live,
you
got to commit. You got to break the law and damn your spirit.
Oh,
Yeah,
You got to damn your spirit if you want to live.
Is that spirit?
yeah. That's the game the Most High play with.
Let's play a game.
Yeah.
Let's corrupt your soul to survive.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here? Huh?
What he's saying is, you have to be the murderer that you are
To survive.
to sustain the wealth of the world. And so some
Your world.
So some Edomites they understand that, and they
embrace it.
and that's what the capitalism is about. You know what? We know what we want, and we're just gonna kill you to get it. That's why Christ said in St. John 10:10,
And that's why they don't get destroyed quickly.
to kill,
The thief cometh not but to
steal, kill, and destroy. So he said they know their role and they play the role. Therefore, they embrace it and they go full-fledged ahead of it.
And that's why the Most High don't destroy him quickly.
No.
Because he's doing what he was created to do.
He's giving them a chance to live, but that's temporary. Go to Ecclesiastes 41. Go to Ecclesiastes 41 and get verse.
It's temporary in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
Don't forget, in the grand scheme of things, it's temporary. But for the now, yeah, this is what it is.
Start at verse 8 and go down to 10.
Ecclesiastes chapter 41.
41, 8 through 10. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 41, verse 8. Woe be unto you, ungodly men,
Men that have to live by the sword to kill everybody else around so they can have the epitome of the resources. Read.
which have forsaken the law of the Most High.
Because you know what Esau don't do? He don't get it fair and square. He don't actually do trade the right way. He doesn't barter the right way. He said he came to steal, kill, and destroy. He's not trying to be fair about how he's obtaining his wealth. He's not fair when it comes to that. Read on. There's no equity about him. Read on.
For if ye increase,
It said, but if you increase, which that's when he gets the fat of the earth, he gets to increase. Read on.
it shall be to your destruction.
But when you forfeit the Bible to increase, you actually bring about your own what?
Destruction.
You bring about your own destruction. When you forfeit your bowels of compassion, when you forfeit integrity, when you forfeit what's fair and what's just so that you can monopolize and play monopoly on the global scale, when you do this, you actually bring about your own destruction. Read on.
And if ye be born, ye shall be born to a curse.
So is Esau ever going to be blessed on earth? No, he ain't going to never be blessed because The doing things right is not in them. Doing things the right way is not in them. You know?
And if ye die, a curse shall be your portion.
And when you die, curse shall be your portion. Because you're not about what's right in the eyes of the Most High. You're about extortion, monopolizing, capitalism, stealing, slavery, forced labor, mental extraction.
Yeah.
You know, beheading people,
Poisoning people.
You know.
Verse 10.
That's it.
So listen, let's finish that last verse, 27, and we're gonna stop at this point because it's like we're like an hour 4.5, and it doesn't make sense to keep going on the topic. We have more than enough information to go into next week. Read verse 27.
First Maccabees chapter 6 and verse 27. Wherefore, if thou dost not prevent them quickly, they will do greater things than these. Neither shalt thou be able to rule them.
So that he's playing on this king. Don't forget this king, Antiochus Jupiter. He's 9 years old. He's a kid. He's a boy king. And Lysias is the one that is his regent, or the guy that's speaking for him. Now, the young kid is emotional. He's reacting the wrong way. So this is Jupiter's first battle and his first full-scale war that he's going to sit back and embark in. So he's extreme, and he's going to make an emotional and extreme response. Can you imagine Thunny being the king of Greece, man?
No.
And so, this is unacceptable what the Jews are doing. Let's go to war. That's what's happening. I don't know exactly your age off the top of my head, but think about this.
10.
You're 10, and Jupiter's 9.
I will not accept this.
Can you imagine you sit on the throne act, and they're like, "My lord, I need some help." They're coming out here to the citadel to take out the citadel, and you got to sit back and say, "Yeah, man, kill them all."
I'm tired of this.
Thumbs down. We're gonna go full-fledged military to fix this situation out. So a damn 9-year-old is trying to sit back here and determine the fate of the Israelite nation.
This is madness.
And with that, we'll shut down class.
It's saying children are your oppressors.
That's what it is. The children are the oppressors. So with that, Israel Imagine.
That's crazy.
Off with his head.
Yeah. Butterflies don't fight dragonflies.
I never heard that one before. Butterflies don't fight dragonflies. I'm like, what the heck's going on?
He's a 9-year-old. You know what I'm saying?
I know, exactly.
You got to think like a kid out there.
Got it. Okay. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
People of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For indeed.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathanawa. Hatawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the law.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathanawa. Awar.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us light to see.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Rakta Yahweh Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa. Nathanawa. Ha'aim.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ahawa. Nathan Lanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashak. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears.
And my ears.
Shall hear.
Shall hear.
I'm sorry. And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'awa.
Hama'awa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Atawab.
Atawab.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Paya.
Paya.
Madawathiwa.
Madawathiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Araria.
Araria.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayim.
Kayayim.
Ai. Hawalam.
Hawalam.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sapari.
Sapari.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sapari.
Sapari.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sapari. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rakanawa.
Rakanawa.
Washwali.
Washwali.
Wabiyat.
Wabiyat.
Sapari.
Sapari.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahushai.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All love.
All love.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From Yahweh.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From Yahweh.
Ba'ashem.
Ba'ashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
Tamyat.
Tamyat.
Aman.
Aman.
Look.
Fluting out the heavenly order, Yahweh, Well Shai, Well Kodesh Allah, Mid Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. Barakatah.
Kum Yisrael,
Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael. Kum Yisrael.
Regimata, twins, sisters, name, they don't want to what? Fluting out the daughters of God, Mid Israel, Amajam, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Alatam Ba'ashem Yahushai. Yash Matap, dismissed. Fall out. The y'all. See y'all on Monday, alright? Shalom.